This is our second day for this 5-day in-service training. And for the in charge sa MOL, may we pass this to the North Cluster, headed by Sir Pasqua. Ma'am Marjo, take it away, ma'am.
Hello, Ma'am Abby. Good morning. So, may I call in our MC for today, Sir Jonathan Sacramento of Cabulay Elementary School. Sir Jonathan, take it away. I will now present to you the slide.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Marjo and Ma'am Abby. Good morning po sa ating lahat. So we are lucky this morning to present to you our management of learning. Starting with our nationalistic song, Ma'am Marjo.
Ako'y anak ng lupang hinirang, kung saan matatagpuan ang timyas ng perlas ng silangan, nagniningning sa buong kapuluan. Taglay ko ang hiwaga ng silangan, at saan mang bayan o lungsod, maging timog, hilaga at kanluran, ang Pilipino ay namumukod. Sama-sama nating abutin, pinagkamatayong na bituin, at ang aking tagumpay, tagumpay ng aking lahi, tagumpay ng aking lipi, ang tanging hinimithi at hinahangat. Hangad ko'y tagumpay natin. Ako ay may isang munting pangarap sa ating dakilang lupain, at sa sama-sama nating pagsisikap, sama-sama ring mararating ang iba't ibang galaw, iisang patutunguhan. Dito isang araw, isang kapuluan, sama-sama nating abutin, pinagkamatayong na bituin, at ang ating tagumpay, tagumpay ng aking lahi, tagumpay ng aking lipi, ang tanging minimithi at hinahangat. Hangad ko'y tagumpay natin lahat. Hangad ko'y tagumpay natin lahat.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Marjorie. May I request everyone to please settle down and let's feel the presence of our Lord Jesus Christ, given to us by our Ma'am Marisa Marrero, Teacher 1 of Cabula Elementary School, for an opening prayer.
Ilagay po natin ang ating sarili sa presensya ng Panginoon. O aming Diyos, amang kataas-taasan, ang pagsasama-sama namin ito ay aming inihahandog sa iyo upang ikaw ay sambahin at pasalamatan. Labis ang aming pasasalamat, Panginoon, sa iyong walang hanggang awa at pagkalingang patuloy na ipinagkakaloob mo sa amin. Ang pagpupulong na ito ay nilalapit namin sa iyo upang maging instrumento ng pagkakaisa at pagtutulungan. Tanggalin mo ang kuwil sa aming mata nang kami malinawan at makakita sa pananaw at damdamin ng iba. Alisin mo ang balakid sa aming mga pandinig upang aming maulinig hindi lamang ang mga tinig, subalit ang nakakubling hinanain, hinanakit at kahilingan ng aming kasapi. Gawin mong matalas ang aming mga pang-amoy sa sanhi ng sigalot at hindi pagkakaunawaan, at upang malanghap namin ang samyo ng mabangong salita at pagpapahayag. Gabayan niyo po kami upang makita ang aming mga mata at marinig ng aming tenga ang mga aral na ibibigay ng aming mga tagapagsalita. Gabayan mo ang aming mga hakbang nang matiyak namin ang landas na aming tinatahak. Huwag mo sanang hayaan kami na maglakad na mag-isa o di kaya ay mga pasadilim at matisod at idaba ng aming kahinaan. Ito ang aming panalangin sa pangalan ni Jesus na aming Panginoon. Amen.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Marisa Marrero, for that opening prayer. So let's start the day right and be energized, of course, for a simple presentation brought to you by Ma'am Marjorie Pilon, our school head from Abra Elementary School. Ma'am? Magsara tayo.
I got a new life, you'd hardly recognize me. I'm so glad. How could a person like me check on you? Why do I bother when you're not the one for me? Is enough enough? Eyes for the sign. It opened up my eyes, eyes for the sign. Lost in running without understanding. Eyes for the sign. And it opened up my eyes, eyes for the sign. No one's gonna drag you up to get into the light where you belong. Where do you belong? Under the pain of me, for so many years I wondered who you are. How could a person like you bring me joy? Under the pale moon, where I see a lot of stars. It's enough enough. I thought the
Thank you so much. So I guess we saw the sign. Sana po we open up our eyes, mind, and of course our ear later on as we move on to our inset training. So moving on, without so much ado, may I now call on Ma'am Hilda R. Mariano, Head Teacher 1 of Ambalatungan Elementary School for her insight sharing. Ma'am Hilda?
Best morning, fellow educators of Santiago City. To our brilliant Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Cherry S. Ramos, EDD CESO 5. To our competent Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Jonathan A. Fronda, PhD, CESE. To our hardworking education program supervisors, to the committed school heads, and to all the flexible and resilient teachers of Santiago City, best morning po sa ating lahat. In behalf of the 8 empowered school heads of the Santiago North Cluster, headed by Sir Sergio Pascua, allow me to share the 10 skills of how school leaders can be successful in their roles. So, successful school leaders do not happen by chance, but rather because over time and with a lot of hard work and patience, these leaders have developed key skills and qualities that have enabled them to develop school cultures in which all individuals can thrive. So, what are the 10 key skills of successful school leaders? One, successful school leaders have the ability to embrace their own vulnerability. Yeah. So when the emotional needs of school leaders are not met, it is the vulnerable self that suffers. Locked away behind a wall or self-preservation and sometimes fear, individuals end up neglecting that part of themselves that needs to be truly listened to, nurtured, and encouraged. Successful school leaders recognize this. They do not see vulnerability as a sign of weakness. They know it is something that defines their own humanity and must be taken care of. As they understand that sadly, in an increasingly inhumane education system, protecting their own vulnerability means that they can keep hold of human ways for leading themselves and others. So, okay lang na let us embrace our weaknesses. Okay lang yung weakness natin. Anyway, lahat naman tayo ay may weakness. Let us embrace our weaknesses and also make it as our strong points later. Number two, school leaders have the ability to dig deep. Yan. School leaders are not afraid to engage with the big questions around self and meaning. They are on road toward self-actualization, and they know that the path cannot be traveled solely by providing answers to questions around school data and performance. They know that if they and every single child in their school is to fulfill their potential, then they're going to have to dig deep. They're going have to be prepared to engage in challenging conversations that probe their sense of meaning and purpose about what matters most in good leadership. So we need to dig deeper para to deliver quality education to our learners. Number three, successful school leaders have the ability to admit when they have made a mistake. Ayan. So successful school leaders are not afraid to hold their hands up and admit when they have made a mistake. They know that in life, risks have to be taken, and the learning that follows thereafter are simply opportunities for growth. They are skilled at conveying this message to, to those they lead. As a result, creativity and innovation become hallmarks of their schools. Trust becomes the glue for all relationships. as staff and pupils alike know that they will not be judged when things don't go quite to plan, but instead will be supported to discover new learning opportunities and avenues for growth. So it's okay to commit mistake as long as that we will grow from it. Ibig sabihin na nakagawa tayo ng hindi maganda, pero itatama natin yon. And that will be, and from that, we will grow and become better individuals, better school leaders. Yan. So moving on, number 4, successful school leaders have aptitude for reflective thinking. Yan. So school leaders recognize that reflection is a key tool for personal transformation. So we need to reflect. Stop for a while and reflect. They know that by building in reflection as a part of the way in which they lead and manage, they can accelerate their own personal growth as well as that of the other members of the school community. Ayan. So we need to reflect. Are we in the right track? Tama pa ba yung ginagawa natin? Are we still effective school leaders? Ayan. Number 5, successful school leaders have the ability to communicate a compelling vision. Ayan. The school leader's vision is often the catalyst for bringing people together and starting the process of change. The best visions are those which are compelling, aspirational, and challenge every individual to give of their best. That is why the most successful school leaders are often confident communicators and storytellers. They are adept at engaging the hearts and minds of those they lead. In addition, they walk the talk. And they are nagiging good example sila. Kung ano yung sinasabi nila, ginagawa rin nila. Ayan. Their actions consistently align with their moral purpose. Even in the face of great challenge, they remain steadfast in their ability to weave into the fabric of school life their vision's narrative of hope, success, and achievement for all. Ayan. So dapat good communicator and visionary leadership. Ayan. Number 6, successful school leaders demonstrate self-understanding and self-management. So school leaders work hard to develop a good understanding of themselves and their related self-management skills. They know it is an ongoing work that when invested in reaps dividends for themselves and their schools. These school leaders are at ease reflecting on who they are as leaders and who or what circumstances have influenced them. They're willing to let go of ways of being that no longer serve them or others in pursuit of becoming the leader that they really want to be. And so we should manage ourselves. We should understand, parang let us know thyself. Sabi nga, one of the philosophers told that know thyself. So we should know ourselves better and understand. And let us manage ourselves. Again. Number 7, successful school leaders have the ability to lead authentically. So school leaders never try to be or lead like someone else. Every day, they seek to be the very best version of themselves and not a second-rate version of someone else. They stay true to their values in all contexts and in all situations. As a result, they learn to trust themselves. They are rarely dogged by self-doubt and lack of confidence. When negative thoughts or emotions do arise, they have developed enough inner strength to handle them effectively. And as a result, when challenges arise, they are far less prone to adopting inauthentic coping strategies that have the potential to destabilize themselves and others. Instead, They maintain within themselves a deep core of peace and self-assurance. They remain consistent in their behaviors and continue to be seen as authentic. So lahat tayo iba-iba yung way of leading our school. So let us make a trademark of ourselves. What kind of leader are we in our own school? Yan. Number 8, successful school leaders use deep listening skills. Okay, school leaders have learned that listening goes beyond hearing. They have learned that successful relationships are built when others are listened to deeply. As a result, they have come to see listening as the art of humble inquiry. When in dialogue with another, they use their listening skills as tools to draw someone out and to ask questions of which they may not necessarily know the answer. They do so in service of the relationship and the deeper understanding that they know will be generated when deeper listening skills are employed. So these leaders pay great attention to developing their coaching skills. They understand that listening is one of the greatest skills that a coach can deploy. They therefore work hard to develop this skill set, recognizing the benefit of it will, will have in facilitating a range of meetings across the school. So let us, as school leaders, let us use deep listening skills. And let us enhance our listening skills. Number 9. So let us, dagdag pa doon, let us listen to our teachers, to our learners, to our stakeholders. Yan, because they are a part of our school. They are part of our school success. They are part of the management of the school. Okay? Second to the last, number 9. Successful school leaders display emotional intelligence. Yan. When you can successfully manage your own emotions, you are able to better manage the emotion of others. And successful school leaders know this. They work hard at ensuring that they have a healthy relationship with their emotions. So we must be master of our emotions. Wag tayong padadala sa ating nararamdaman. Yan, kasi kapag napadadala tayo, malamang mali ang pupuntahan natin. O mali yung magiging decision natin in the future, di ba? So, they don't push them aside or pretend that they don't exist. They find healthy ways to process them. As a result, they are not emotionally reactive, but instead can be emotionally responsive and display a high level of emotional intelligence in all situations. Dapat pa lang, ang school leader talaga dapat mataas ang EQ para alam niya kung paano mag-handle ng mga situations araw-araw. Yan. These leaders have used coaching as a tool to help them develop their emotional intelligence. They have reflected on how their emotional intelligence have been developed when coaching another. They have used their insights to help them find more effective ways to respond to individuals who have differing levels of emotional maturity. Okay, number 10. Successful school leaders have high-level relationship management skills. Okay, how is this? So, school leaders know that human beings crave connection and deep bonds with others. They have learned how to create these connections and bonds. Every day, they do what it takes to nurture and build successful relationships across their school community. And they use their skills to help staff bond with one another, disarm conflicts, and to provide support and assistance. Difficult conversations, feedback, both negative and positive, are delivered in ways that neither discourage or belittle those they lead. So typically, through coaching, these leaders have developed a good understanding of different personality types, di ba? Meron tayong 4 na uri ng teacher. So then, they have learned to recognize the emotional drivers and and triggers behind different personalities. Their coaching skills and heightened levels of psychological awareness have equipped them with the skills necessary for building effective relationship with a range of personality types. So let us build a harmonious, a good rapport with our teachers, not only with teachers, with our parents, with our stakeholders, para maging smooth sailing ang ating relationship, mas magiging positive ang pananaw ng bawat isa, then the culture of teamwork will be developed and enhanced. At lahat ay magsasucceed in this kind of healthy and positive environment. Yan. So looking back at the list of successful school leaders, fellow school heads, do you consider yourself as one? If not yet, then I do hope we are now ready to take the lead in becoming a successful school leader in our own respective stations. So, yun lang po. Thank you so much for listening and I hope may napulot po tayo this morning about how to become a successful school leader in our school. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Hilda Mariano, as she talks about the 10 key skills of successful school leader in general. So I hope our school leads there are very enthusiasts, of course, to develop their skills also because we believe as a teacher, nakikita naman po natin ang galing at versatility ng mga school heads po natin in different clusters and in different school in the division of Santiago City. All right, so let's make the ball rolling as we also listen to her insight. Let's welcome Ma'am Joy Hermosura, Teacher 3 of Santiago North Central School, SPED Center. Ma'am Joy, bring it on.
Thank you very much, Sir Jonathan. Great day to start another learning session, SDO Santiago City. Okay, so to our inspiring and gentle Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Cherry S. Ramos, to our brilliant and witty Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Jonathan Fronda, to our indefatigable chiefs and AO, Ma'am Janet Bautista, Ma'am Fredelita Salas, and Sir Matt, to our hardworking education program supervisors and SDO personnel, to the competent school heads of SDO Santiago City, and of course, to the dedicated and committed teaching and non-teaching force of SDO Santiago, great morning. I would like to summarize yesterday's learning with this word, rekindle. And I would like to share my screen with you. Okay. Can you already see my screen? Nakikita po ba ang screen?
Wala pa, ma'am.
Okay, I'll try again. Okay. Kita na po. Is it shared already?
Okay.
Ayan. Okay, so as I've said, I'd like to summarize yesterday's learning with the word rekindle. With the challenges brought about by COVID-19, specifically in the education sector, I felt that the sessions yesterday somehow sparked that burning passion to serve with excellence despite the challenges that we are experiencing. Do you agree, po? So let me go through the letters one by one. Okay, the first one, reflect. R stands for reflect. The message of our assistant regional director made us reflect about the purpose of this in-service training. That is this is the time to sharpen our saw to serve our learners better. Okay, next letter, letter E. Stands for encouraging, empowering. Our school's division superintendent, Dr. Cherry Ramos, walked us through our situation this pandemic. Her talk on transitioning and coping to standing still is very encouraging and inspiring. Her sharing our current situation and on the different skills that we need to possess to be able to cope, like those literacy skills, life skills, and the characteristics of a thriving character is something that is empowering. Letter K stands for knowledge. Sir Ronnie Giloy of our regional office provided us knowledge on the importance of monitoring and evaluation of basic education. Indeed, we really need to take this seriously to be able to improve our processes, to be able to achieve quality service para sa bata, para sa bayan. I stands for inspiring. It is always inspiring to listen to our regional director. His words of challenge make us reflect on our current situation and still cultivate that burning passion to serve as quality educators.
Ma'am Joy, excuse me po.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, paki-move po natin yung ating slides, ano po? Hindi kasi siya nag-move yung slide. Thank you.
Ay, okay, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Baka medyo mahina po ang net namin. Nag-move po. Sige po. I'll try again.
Okay.
Basit.
Ayan. Okay na
Ayan.
po.
Okay na, ma'am.
Sorry. Okay, so take 2. Okay, so there. Okay, so the first letter of rekindle is R. Okay, so it stands for reflect. The message of our Assistant Regional Director made us reflect about the purpose of this in-service training. No? Ang ganda po nung sinabi, nung kinuwento niya, no, about yung story kahapon about yung bata, no, and the grandmother. I think that this indeed is a time to sharpen our saw to serve our learners better. Sabi nga, we cannot give what we don't have. Okay, letter E stands for encouraging, empowering. I think it has not moved yet. Ayan. Our school's division superintendent, Dr. Cherry Ramos, walked us through our situation this pandemic. Her talk on transitioning and coping to standing still is very encouraging and inspiring at the same time. Her sharing on our current situation and on the different skills that we need to possess to be able to cope, like those literacy skills, life skills, and the characteristics of a thriving character, is something that is empowering. Letter K stands for knowledge. Sir Ronnie Giloy of our regional office provided us knowledge on the importance of monitoring and evaluation of basic education. Indeed, we really need to take this seriously to be able to improve our processes, to be able to achieve quality service para sa bata, para sa bayan. Letter I stands for the word inspiring. It is always inspiring to listen to our regional director. His words of challenge make us reflect on our current situation and still cultivate that burning passion to serve as quality educators. Letter N stands for necessary. Sir Jonathan's brilliant and witty sharing of the things that we need to be reminded of is really necessary during this time. That we need to abide by the laws because we are professional teachers. No pandemic shall affect the code of ethics that we need to follow as educators. The last three letters are for us, learners in this in-service training. That these learning sessions are meant to spark that dedication and commitment, love and passion for our teaching profession, to become effective, enthusiastic, and excellent educators of the future of our country, our dear learners. And so, as we continue with our learning sessions, let us be reminded of our tagline, ginagawa natin ito para sa bata, para sa bayan. And this should be enough reason for us to actively participate in the coming sessions. Again, great morning to everybody and happy learning.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Joy Hermosura, for that rekindle. So I hope and believe that our motion to our one goal rekindle our enthusiasm to make a difference in our respective schools, SDO Santiago, and the Department of Education as a whole. O, di ba? Ipasok natin yung word na rekindle. Rekindle our enthusiasm. All right, so without so much ado, let's move on to our first speaker, I guess. We are indeed lucky this morning because we are here with us today, our eloquent and high caliber speaker. He will be talking to us about Data Privacy Act of 2012 on teaching profession and RA 10173. SDO Santiago City. Help me welcome Engineer Jansen Esguerra of National under the Department in Communications and Technology. A round of applause, please. Sir Jansen. Virtual applause.
Hi, good morning po. First thing po, clarify ko lang po if malinaw po yung sounds or audio natin.
Yes, sir.
Okay po. So, okay po. Let me share my screen lang po. For a while lang po, di na-detect yung PowerPoint. Ayan po. Can you see my screen now po?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for confirming. So good morning. I'm happy to be here along with our fellow educators. So thank you for inviting the NPC. Sorry, medyo hindi rin ako masyadong nakapag-prepare, but I hope ma-appreciate nyo itong isi-share ko. So I'll be talking about this morning about data privacy in the education sector. So we all know naman na na yung ating isa sa mga naapektuhan na sector sa atin nung nagka-COVID is yung ating education, no, where kailangan lockdown, pero ang challenge diyan is patuloy pa rin tayong ma-continue natin yung ating mandato na makapagturo, no. So I'll be sharing this morning ngayon ang message ng aming Privacy Commissioner, which is si Privacy Commissioner Raymond Enriquez Liboro, to our educators, no. So the NPC commends let me read lang po. The NPC commends the education sector for coming up with online learning, no. So like everything else, online learning must adhere to data privacy law for the safekeeping of personal data. So of course, when tayo as educators, siyempre pinaprocess din natin yung personal data, especially ng ating mga estudyante, di ba po? So a special care and a higher degree of protection is expected, lalo na dahil minors sila, di ba? So educational institutions must choose online learning, no? So kung may gagamitin daw kayong platform, so ensure daw natin na nag-a-adhere ito sa na may adequate security features, no, and nag-meet ng requirements ng ating Data Privacy Act, no. So later I will pasadahan natin yung Data Privacy Act and i-relate natin siya how it goes sa ating day-to-day operations when pag nag-ooperate tayo sa ating eskwelahan. So ano nga ba yung mga areas of concern natin sa education sector, no? So ito yung ilan sa mga concerns natin pag ngayong COVID, no, or pag may gumagamit tayo ng online learning. So usually may mga announcement daw or posting that involves personal data, no. So usually gumagamit tayo ng online medium such as social media, so mga instant messaging apps, no, para mabilis yung communication natin. Usually, 'di ba, gumagawa po tayo ng groups or tapos doon natin pino-post, no. So mas maganda kung may ipapasa daw kayo na information, especially pag nag-involve ng personal information, dapat yung intended recipient lang. Example, yung grades ba ng buong klase kailangan naka-broadcast sa buong sa lahat ng mga estudyante. So dapat i-limit lang natin na only yung intended recipients lang, or yung intended na estudyante lang yung makakita ng kanyang information. So next concern is downloading of personal data, no, stored in any learning management software or any online productivity platforms, OPP, should be kept to a minimum or limited to that which is necessary for online learning. So, yun po, wag yung usually I remember no kasi nag-ano rin kami. I'm a student myself and uh, naalala ko nung may isa kaming subject although 2018 pa to, may isa kaming subject. So yung professor namin gumamit siya ng online Excel sheet no. So hindi na ang nangyari, syempre shinare niya yung online Excel sheet na yon tapos ayun, nandun lahat ng namin, information namin. So, may mga information doon na na hindi naman dapat kasama. Like yung namin, yung student number ng aking ng aking mga kaklase, kikita ko doon yung yung kung taga saan siya tapos yung alin yung location niya, no? So dapat i-limit lang natin kung kung i-broadcast man natin or naka-share siya sa maraming tao o sa mga magkakaklase. I-ensure lang natin na binabalance natin or tinatanong natin yung sarili, yung natin, yung sarili natin. Is this information necessary or to be viewable by other classmates, no? Next is mechanisms must be in place no so that submissions katulad ng mga ating mga assignment na or project na pinapagawa must be carried out in a safe and secure manner. So let's be let's be creative lang. I'm not sure if kung nag-ano ba to kung may plans ba yung ang ating education sector na na mag-continue with the alternative mode of learning. And kung mag-continue man yung mga alternative modes natin, so lang natin, may mga issue lang tayo or isipin lang natin na na lagi tayong privacy by design na mag-isip na may privacy considerations kung magpapa-assignment man tayo. Let's say for example, kung may submissions na may submissions tayo, pwedeng na lang 'di ba usually pag may pinapa-submit tayo, may usually gagamit ng online storage like Google Drive, no? Tas dun i-upload yung mga assignments or projects or kahit sa group chat, no? So, mas maganda kung email separately na lang para yung intended lang yung makakita kasi usually pag online drive yan, 'di ba? Tas or pag sa group chat lang in-upload or sa online group. For example, not a data privacy issue pero ako as estudyante, 'di ba, pwede akong mangopya. Pwede akong mangopya ng mga assignments, no? Da-download ko lang yung mga mga project, no? So yung mga ganong bagay po, let's be lang, i-consider natin kung may safe and secure manner ba of doing things yung ating mga pinapagawa sa day-to-day natin, teaching natin. And po, so next po is we all know naman social media platforms ay ang pinakamabilis or pinaka-ubiquitous na platforms that are available, no? So unang-una dahil libre sila, pangalawa maraming gumagamit like Facebook, 'di ba? Halos Pinoys love to use Facebook, no? So halos lahat may Facebook account ngayon. So kaya usually yan yung malawak yung reach, kaya yun yung most na ginagamit. But this is discouraged, no? So kung may sariling platform yung yung eskwelahan, yun na lang po yung gamitin natin. More on info dissemination or announcement na lang sana yung social media para mabilis. Pero yung mga ibang files na mag-involve ng personal information, no? So discouraged yung paggamit ng social media platforms. So discouraged pero di naman explicitly pinagbabawal kasi syempre sensitive din naman yung NPC sa ano sa challenging times na 'to. Kaya lang naman kasi discouraged because of the inherent risks that are present sa social media platforms. And next, data privacy concern is posting or sharing of personal data. Yan, katulad po ng mga screenshots natin, no? O mga like photos and videos, mga uh, yan, that does not have, dapat may legitimate purpose lagi. Hindi yung sinishare lang dahil gusto mo lang, no? So dapat nasa may ano ba yan? Nasa may legal basis ba yan? May proper policies in place ba sa DepEd or sa school nyo that mandates na mag-post kayo sa social media accounts nyo, ganyan, no? So kung magpo-post man, so dapat sa authorized social media accounts ng school, no? Hindi lang naman po yung sinasabi dito. And of course, we're dealing with students, so alam na students are mostly minors, so kailangan may consent muna yan before tayo mag-post anything or mag-process ng personal information nila katulad ng kung magpo-post man tayo ng pictures online, kailangan it's either hindi hagip yung mukha nila or kung hagip man yung mukha nila, kailangan kuhanan sila ng consent, no? So before like and kapag let's say may online learning session tayo, kung ire-record man natin yung session, so dapat may consent na magulang, no, or ng students, no, pag nagre-record or gagamitin na natin yung learning platform online. So, yun ay ilan sa mga data privacy concerns natin, no? So intro lang po pala yun, no? So today parang ano tayo, some sort of refresher tayo kung ano nga ba yung Data Privacy Act and how it affects, no, everyone, no. So hindi lang sa education sector, no. Pero i-relate na natin doon mamaya-maya. So yung Data Privacy Act is part of the Philippine Development Plan that yung long-term plan natin na to lay down the foundation for inclusive growth, no, high trust and resilient society and a globally competitive knowledge economy. So Data Privacy Act is isa sa mga nagpapatatag or nag-enabler of a resilient society. So bakit? Kasi syempre 'di ba may trust tayo na maging digital economy tayo. So of course when we're talking about digital, we we usually process the personal information there. So mapa-online man 'yan, especially especially sa education sector or sa financial sector, no. So maraming implications in Data Privacy Act when it comes to fostering trust, no. Siyempre, will you trust someone or will you trust an institution when an institution does not care for your personal information? So kaya importante ang Data Privacy Act. So ito lang naman yung linatag ng ating presidente through the NEDA, the National Economic Development Authority. So nasa 2021 na tayo. So next year is 2022 na. So I hope we're getting there. Yung vision na linatag noong 2016. So ngayon I'll be playing a video. I'm not sure kung magkaka-audio ba tayo ay kung paano yung audio natin dito. Okay, so i-play ko na lang siya. Pa-confirm na lang po sa chat kung may audio. So Can I have a thumbs up kung may audio po sa inyo sa ating chat or comment sa ano sa StreamYard?
Sir, wala po.
Wala po. Okay po. Thank you po for confirming, Sir Jonathan. I-kwan ko lang. Tinuro sa akin kanina nung ano nung before tayo
Sir, ano po muna, stop sharing mo muna siya, sir.
sige po, sir. Sorry. Ayan.
Ayan, sir. Tapos po doon sa baba, click niyo po yung share button.
Yes po, ako.
Tapos may magpa-pop up yan na window. Click lang po yung share button po ulit. Tapos another screen na magpa-pop up po dyan. Sa left lower corner niya may share audio, may checkbox po doon. Nakita na po, sir. Tapos i-tick lang siya.
Ayun po. Thank you po.
Yes, sir. Okay na, sir. Then share na po.
Thank you po, sir. So, ayan po. I-reset ko lang po. So, ayan, normally wala pang ano yan. Wala pang audio yan. Ayan po, pa-thumbs up na po kung may audio na po.
Thank you for calling Hot and Fast Pizzas. Can I
I
have
want to order a pizza.
Yes, sir. Meron na po.
Can I
Okay,
have your
thank you po.
multi-purpose identification number?
One sec. Yeah, it's RSP 06031983MI.
Thank you for the number, sir. Am I speaking with Mr. Rajneesh Haspuri from Baikala, Mumbai?
Yes.
The number from which you're calling is 9191930484 and your residential number is 22223244.
Yes. But how do you know all this?
We are connected to the system, sir. We have all the related information.
Thank you, sir. Good. I want to order a regular size seafood pizza.
Sure, sir. But that's not a good idea.
What do you mean?
As per your last medical records at Bombay Hospital, dated 9th August 2015, you have high blood pressure and a high cholesterol level, sir.
What are you saying?
As I said, we are connected to the system, sir.
Oh shit. Okay. Then what would you recommend?
Try our low-fat Super Veggie Delight Mexican pizza. You will like it.
And how can you say that?
As you borrowed a book titled Popular Mexican Food from National Library last month, which is overdue to be returned, sir.
Okay, I give up. See, I'm very hungry. Send me one of those. How much would it cost?
The total cost is rupees 365, including taxes, sir.
Okay, fine. You send the pizza. I'll pay for it by my credit card, okay?
I'm afraid you have to pay us by cash, sir. Your only active credit card of Apex Bank is over the limit, and amount due is rupees 79,765 since July 2015. That's not including the late payment charges on your last cash withdrawal.
That's fine. You send the pizza. Good evening, sir. I guess I will have to go to the ATM in the next lane.
Sorry to inform, but you can't, sir. You have reached your daily cash limits, which was withdrawn at an ATM at Domestic Airport Terminal B when your wife took a flight to New Delhi today.
Damn it. How do you know?
As I said, we are connected.
Yes, you're connected to the system. Just 25 minutes. You send the pizza. Thank you, sir. I'll pay by cash. How long would it take?
25 minutes, sir. But if you can't wait, as you said earlier, that you're very hungry, you can always come to our nearest outlet.
What?
As you're just 4 minutes away from our nearest outlet in your area, and you have a car of number MS01XE3484, Yakazi brand.
Oh, God. How the hell you
As
know?
I said to you earlier, we are connected to the system, sir.
What the? I just want my pizza.
Okay, your order is confirmed, sir. Anything else, sir?
Nothing. Would I be getting that 3 bottle of cola mentioned in your menu?
We normally would, sir. But based on your medical records, you're also a diabetic, and
Enough! Send the cola along, you bitch!
I request you, please do not use such language, sir. You were convicted on 13th March 2015 for using abusive language to a policeman.
What?
And you were also arrested for misbehaving with a lady in a party
Shut
on...
up! Just shut up, you bitch!
Ayun po, no? So, dun po sa video na yun, no, mas tawag dito. Yung caller, apparently gusto lang niya talaga mag-order ng pizza pero kita naman natin lahat yung tumawag siya on the other side tapos yung agent na take ng orders niya, alam yung about lahat sa kanya. So, kumbaga wala siyang privacy. Lahat ng lahat ng information is alam, no? So, imbis na smooth lang yung transaction, 'di ba? Parang naapektuhan yung fundamental rights and ano niya, yung freedoms ng ano, nag-order ng pizza. So, ayaw natin mangyari yun sa ano, when it comes to ano, when it comes to processing personal information sa ano, education sector. So, hindi lang ako nakakita ng video na makaka-relate but I hope yung ganong risk is ma-consider, di ba? So balik po tayo sa slides. So usually when we introduce yung ano, yung Data Privacy Act, tinatanong namin yung audience namin, no? Ano ba mas mahalaga sa inyo? Yung data ba o pera? So usually pag tinatanong ko ito, ah sumasagot sila pera daw yung mas mahalaga kaysa data. Agree ba kayo doon? Na ano, mas mahalaga yung ano, yung money kaysa data. So, let's put things into perspective. So, sabi dito sa ano, sa isang social media post, data is the world's most valuable resource. Bakit? No? So, a little ano, rundown sa statistics. So, from 2005 daw to 2015, yung pagpaprocess ng data, so cross-border data, so meaning ng cross-border, so across ano yan, across jurisdiction, across countries, no? Yung pag-flow down ng data grew 45 times. So it's about 210 terabytes. So, di ba, alam natin may megabytes na size. Usually, mga isang audio file or picture file umaabot ng 5 megabytes, ganyan, no? So, pag gigabytes, ayan, isang ano na yan, let's say 3 gigabytes, isang movie na yan, no? So, pag sinabing terabytes pa, ano yan, mas lumalaki. So, 210 terabytes daw yung napaprocess per second in 2017. So, ano pa lang yan, up to 2015/2017 data. Ano pa kaya yung rate ngayon, 2020/2021, especially nung nag-lockdown, where mas na-heighten yung pagpaprocess online. So, estimate daw, it's like yung 210 terabytes na yon per second. So, that's roughly around 1.6 billion selfies in a minute. So, ang pagpaprocess ng ating personal information is ano, highly prone to discrimination or stigmatization. So, pwedeng ma-discriminate yung mga tao, no? So, bakit nadi-discriminate? So, either dahil usually, 'di ba, dinidiscriminate yung pagkakaiba let's say pag iba yung iba yung race, yung color or yung ethnic origin o iba yung the way we speak, diba? Usually discriminate tayo pag ah, usually yung nakaka-experience nito yung ating mga OFW po, 'di ba? Pag iba yung mga OFWs natin, nagfe-face sila ng discrimination abroad, especially yung mga Asians. 'Di ba ang COVID, ang origin niyan is yung galing daw yan sa ano, Wuhan, China. So nagkakaroon ng ano, ng COVID related crimes ng stigmatization or discrimination abroad ngayon na nafe-face ng buong Asian. So hindi lang Chinese, no? So let's say I'm sure nabalitaan niyo 'to sa US daw, nasa grocery store yung Pinoy, tapos may Canadian or US citizen doon na ano, na parang, "Go back to your country," sabi dun sa kanya. Kasi ano daw, Asian siya, eh, nakita black yung buhok, kayumanggi, ganyan. 'Di ba usually ano, halos Asians pare-parehas yung features. While sa ASEAN, Indonesia, Philippines, tayo yung mga magkakaparehas. Medyo iba tayo sa ano, 'di ba? Sa ating ah, inchik na ano, na neighbors dito sa Asia. Pero sa ating mga Westerners na ano, ay under one continent tayo, Asia. So ayun, of course, dahil siguro may COVID fatigue na rin yung mga tao, nainis na rin sila sa nangyari sa ano, sa buong mundo kaya may ganong ano, discrimination. So hindi lang sa COVID pero 'di ba may iba't ibang profile tayo na pwede tayong ma-discriminate. Example na lang 'di ba sa marital status, religious or political affiliation. 'Di ba sa picture na 'to, kunwari may karera daw, kunwari may fun run yan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Iba yung starting point ni number 3. Bakit? Ba't iba yung starting point niya kaysa kay 1, 2, 4, 5, 6? Kasi may political affiliation siya. Kunwari, etong 1 to 6 na 'to, aplikante daw sa employment na nag-a-apply sa isang trabaho. So kung si number 3 may kilala or may connection, 'di ba? Iba na yung starting point niya kasi may leverage na siya sa iba niyang ano, katunggali or kasabayan nag-apply. So may ano na 'yun, may profile na siya dahil sa kanyang puwedeng example na lang 'to 'no, sa ating government, kung taga Davao ka, may edge ka sa ano, mas makakuha ng posisyon kaysa 'pag example taga ayan, taga Santiago 'di ba kunwari, example lang 'di ba? So kung ano lang 'to, mga 'di ba personal information ng ating ano, pinanggalingan 'no, ng ating origin 'di ba sabi. So paano nagagamit? Yung employment isang example lang 'yon 'no, pero ito yung iba't ibang scenarios na ano, puwedeng magamit yung personal information natin sa pagpo-profile against sa atin 'no. So internet search and browsing history, puwedeng puwede tayong ma-ano diyan, ma-profile diyan 'di ba? Alam niyo ba kapag ang ating online activity ay nagbi-build yung mga big social media companies natin about us, yung mga clicks natin, yung mga interaction natin sa platform, ina-analyze nila yan para ma-servan ka lalo ng ano, ng tailored content. Example, I remember may experience yung ano, yung kaklase ko 'no. Yung kaklase ko na 'to, nanganak kasi yung ano niya, yung kapatid niya, no? So basically pamangkin niya yung pinanganak. So naghahanap siya ngayon ng ipapangregalo sa ano, sa pamangkin niya or sa ate niya na nanganak. So inisip niya crib yung bibilhin niya. So ngayon naka-login siya sa social media account niya, tapos nag-search lang siya sa ano, sa marketplace ng for sale na ano, na crib, baka makakita siya ng good deal, no? So after ng search niya, edi bukod sa marketplace, nag-open pa siya ng new tab. Nag-search din siya sa ano, mga e-commerce platforms, or mga, let's say, Lazada, Shopee, ganyan, or sa Google, no? Naghanap pa siya ng ano, magandang deals. No? Syempre, magma-market study yan. Gusto niya maka-launch siya ng magandang deal na sa ipapangregalo niya na crib. Ngayon, after ng pagse-search niya na yon, yung mga sumunod na ano, yung mga sumunod na advertisements na natatanggap niya online is about gamit pang bata. So may toys, ganyan, may ano, alam niya na, mga related doon sa sinearch niya. So doon pa lang na profile na siya. Na-identify ng companies na to na this person is looking for a crib. So may mga na-infer na data about him. So he might be interested in buying this product instead of crib, no? So yun yung katulad na ano, yun yung profile natin sa ano, ating internet search at browsing history. Education and professional data naman, usually, 'di ba, pag top 4 schools 'yan, ano 'yan, mas binibigyan ng ano, ng priority, no, pag sa mga HR or headhunters natin, 'di ba? Parang may special lane ba sila, which is unfair, 'di ba? Next is yun nga, mga data derived from existing customer relationships. Yung nga nasabi ko na pag may kakilala ka, ganyan. Next is data collected for credit worthiness assessments, yung buying power natin, ilan yung credit limit. Usually, 'di ba, pag mataas yung credit limit, parang tatawagan ka ng ano, iba't ibang credit card companies, 'di ba? Dahil may profile sila about you, taas yung credit limit ni sir, baka interested siya ng ganitong product, 'di ba? O share sila ng data. So location data pwede rin, property ownership. So 'yun, iba't ibang data yung ano, yung about us na pwedeng gamitin or i-monetize ng mga companies, no, about us. So in the context yan ng question dun kanina na data or money, no? So familiar ba tayo dito sa apat na brands na to? Diba? So pagtatanungin ko kayo, data o pera ba yung mas mahalaga? Itong companies na ito, 'di ba, alam natin, multimedia or multinational companies itong mga ito. So si Airbnb, company siya na ano, application provider siya para if you want to have to rent a house pag magbabakasyon kayo para may matuluyan kayo. Airbnb is the app. Grab naman, Grab is an app that provides taxi services or private vehicle services, no? So, 'di ba, ang mapapansin natin, ang common sa kanila, they process personal data. Like si Airbnb, wala naman siyang bahay of its own, 'di ba? Grab naman, it has no vehicle of its own. Shopee, it has no inventory of its own. Facebook, it has no content of its own. Google, ina-archive lang niya uh, yung mga files sa internet. So pag nag-search ka, ito na. Ito na yung mga ano, yung yield ng search, no? So usually, ano yung meron sa kanila? So pinaprocess lang nila mostly yung data ng mga tao, no? So, sa pagpaprocess nila ng data, ayan, ayan, multinational companies sila, multi-dollar, multi-million, multi-peso companies sila. So that's the power of our information. Pwedeng pagkakitaan. So nakabukas ko pa lang aking email. So sara ko lang po. Nag-QMS po kasi kami. So ayan, alam naman natin, 'di ba, ito yung mga cards natin na nag-o-offer ng perks at discount. SM Advantage card, Happy Plus pagka sa Jollibee, Shakey's card, Starbucks card, no? So usually ito ay nagpo-profile ng ating mga spending habits, no? Tapos ini-incentivize tayo. But yun nga, nagbi-build sila ng profile about us para mas maservan tayo or mas makapag-provide sila ng better services or products. So all this process our personal information. So sabi dito, 'di ba? Comic strip lang. Sabi dito 'di ba, kilala niyo naman si Batman and Robin, no? So nag-check-in si Robin, no? So habang nasa trabaho, nag-check-in daw siya sa Batcave. Eh, 'di ba dapat sikreto lang yung location ng Batcave. So nag-check-in daw siya, nakita yung exact location ng Batcave. Ayan, yung mga natin, so alam ko hindi to uso ngayon eh. Alam ko naging uso siya for a while, pero alam niyo yung mga Facebook quiz na mga which celebrity do you look like, no? So pag clinic niyo yan, example sa Facebook, magtatanong yan ng permission, no? This app wants to process your pictures, no? So akala natin harmless quiz lang siya, katuwaan lang. Either gusto lang natin magpatawa or mag-share sa ating friends, pero lingid sa ating kaalaman, nagkaka-access na yung naggumawa ng app na to sa ating photos, no? Ayan, no? Sabi sa isang article, they are out to get your personal data, no? So practically every quiz, di ba, kapag sa eskwelahan, hindi lahat ng quiz maganda, di ba? Itong quiz na to, hindi maganda yung naidudulot, no? So dahil nagkaka-access daw yung developers sa ating mga litrato, no? So kasi yung data natin, once it's out there, di ba? Although yun nga, yung Data Privacy Act nandiyan para parusahan yung mga to. Napakahirap pag let's say anonymous yung nakakuha, di natin alam sino yung developer noon, di ba? Napakahirap mabawi yung data natin or mapadelete sa kanila. Pwedeng sabihin nila na dinelete na nila yung data, pero ano yung guarantee natin doon, di ba? Pwedeng may copy or backup sila somewhere, no? So yun, ingat-ingat lang po tayo. Okay, ito po pala is another video, no?
Dag Fien. Eens even doen. Ik zie een school tegen Antwerpen.
Ja,
Insecten.
alsjeblieft.
Ik voel twee insecten op je rug. Kan dat?
Ja, vlinders.
Slovenie?
Ouais.
Een moto. Oranje. Pats erop. Zenit.
Oui, bien.
Je hebt een vriendin. Julie de... Met wie?
Ja,
Een boeiend liefdesleven. 3, 4 zelfs.
de vierde, daar zwijg ik meestal over, dus dat weten niet veel mensen.
Hoe is mijn spierscheur? Une maison rouge, balcon blanc. Ja. geld, ik zie transacties. Maar kent je rekeningnummer van buiten? Ik denk dat ik het wel weet. Die staat wel negatief op je bankrekening.
Ja?
97. Last month, you spent €200 on alcohol. Vorige maand €300 aan kleding gespendeerd. 8.
Ja.
5. Voor een huis dat van eigenaar gaat veranderen. €795.000.
Ja, eigenlijk.
41.
Ja.
Is dat juist?
Ja, dat is juist. Oh my god. Oh man. Ah, dat is, ik weet niet hoe eng.
Ayun. So, yun ay isang safe internet banking, no? Isa siyang commercial ulit sa Europe, no? So, creepy yung example, pero it can be true, no, sa pang-araw-araw natin. So sa video na yon, parang Madam Auring yung yung nanguhula doon. Alam niya yung mga iba't ibang bagay about sa customer. So ang sinasabi lang diyan, it brings awareness lang na be vigilant, no. So wag lang tayo padalos-dalos sa pagpo-post or pagbibigay ng personal information natin. So, para hindi tayo padalos-dalos sa information, so define natin yung privacy. So, privacy define siya sa ISO. So, ISO is a standards making body. So pag naisip ko nga yung privacy, may Tagalog term, I'm not sure, no? Pero tanong ko lang, post nyo lang sa chat natin kung may alam kayong Tagalog term about or katumbas na sa wikang Filipino yung privacy, no? So tinanong ko na rin yung mga kasamahan ko sa NPC kung ano yung Tagalog ng privacy, kasi usually mas gusto ko kasing nagpipilipino ako or nagtatagalog ako pag nagtuturo kami ng privacy, kasi mas nakaka-relate yung ating mga kasamahan sa gobyerno. So dahil wala siyang Tagalog counterpart, so usually English lang to yung privacy. Pero iba usually pag may problema tayo or pag gusto natin ng privacy, sabihin lang natin sa Tagalog, no. Gusto ko mapag-isa, no. Bigyan mo ko ng space, ganyan. Something like that, no. Pero dito sa ISO, dinefine siya as freedom from intrusion sa private life or affairs of an individual, no. So when that intrusion results from undue or illegal gathering and use of data about that individual. So nasa ISO 25237. So yung privacy, it provides protection, no, against unreasonable search and seizure. So, di ba nga, privacy is the right to be let alone. So, nasa fundamental natin yan, rights natin yan, di ba? Pag may due process tayo, di ba may rights of the accused tayo? So, anything, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you, no? So, pwede mong seek ka muna ng legal counsel, no? So yan, due process, privacy of communication and correspondence, withhold ka muna ng information mo or about sa'yo, no? So it's also right against self-incrimination. It provides also protection against freedom of association and of the press. So alam naman natin, di ba, pag may freedom of the press tayo na Usually ano talaga, may mandato sila na ano, pag may public interest, kailangan malaman or kailangan i-report nila, di ba? So yun, privacy provides protection against all this. So sabi ni Justice Brandeis, so sa isang decision, no, sa isang past case, no, so dating back 1928 pa. So it's the right to privacy is the right to be let alone. No? So the most comprehensive of rights and the right most valued by civilized men. So the right to kanina right to be let alone, right, privacy siya. Ito naman right to information privacy. So minsan 'di ba pinagkakamalan natin sa English term na privacy versus confidentiality. Pag sinabing confidential, ano 'yan, secret 'yan, 'di ba? Pero pag privacy naman, pag information privacy, you must have the control of information. So, example ako, pag sinabing privacy, information privacy ko or data privacy ko, ako yung may control sa sarili kong informasyon. Like, kung gusto kong mag-post ng picture ko sa Facebook, decision ko yon. Ako yung may control nun. So, kung gusto ko na siyang i-delete, ayaw ko na siyang i-share, o gusto ko siyang i-share sa mga group chat, no? Ako yung may ano nun, ako yung may control, no? So, yung pagpa-process daw ng information, so pag dineprive daw tayo ng ano ng ating kapangyarihan to control our personal information is to deny also of our own personhood. So yun ang sinasabi dito. So dual mandate ng NPC. So quick overview lang yung NPC balances yung data privacy at free flow of information, no? So usually nga pag sinabing data privacy ay bawal agad, ganyan, bawal i-share. That's usually not the case. Usually we do a balancing act or balancing test lagi. No? So ito yung mga legitimate concerns. No? So laging binabalance yung privacy sa legitimate concern. Like may freedom of the press tayo. Yung information na yon may national security concern yan or public safety concern, no? So dapat hindi pigilan yung processing of personal information kapag may ganito tayong mga pressing legitimate concerns. So a brief overview, yung Data Privacy Act is 2012 siya na-sign sa batas, pero it was only noong 2016 na nagkaroon siya ng Privacy Commissioner at naipasa yung implementing rules and regulations niya. Di ba? Usually pag may batas, may IRR yan para mas granular yung pagpapatupad ng batas. And ano ba yung scope ng Data Privacy Act of 2012, no? So ito yung actors natin sa Data Privacy Act, no? So we have the data subjects, we have those who process personal information, we have the NPC. So ano yung regulate ng Data Privacy Act of 2012? It's the processing of personal information. So kung information lang yan na walang personal information, so this is not within the scope of the Data Privacy Act. So ganun lang po siya. Ayan, so pag-processing, it refers to any operation or set of operations na ginawa natin sa personal information. So pag yung personal information daw, kinolekta natin yan, isinulat natin sa papel, in-store natin yan sa ating lock cabinets, share natin yan, tapos hanggat sa dinilit natin yan sa ating hard drive, sa ating cellphone, ayan, processing yung tawag doon. So any action or operation performed sa personal information. Personal information naman, so important alam natin yung personal information kasi yun nga pag hindi siya personal information, it's not within the scope of the Data Privacy Act, no? So pag sinabi personal information, kahit anong information yan, from which the identity of an individual is apparent. So, ibig sabihin, masasabi na natin na siya itong taong to. Personal information na yon. Ayan, no? So, sabi dito, kapag reasonably and directly ascertained yung information na yon, or malimit natin na siya yon, or kapag pinagsama-sama natin yung mga information na yon would uniquely identify an individual, that's considered personal information. So, example po ito. So, ito ay rows sa isang Excel file, di ba? So, pag may rows, may columns yan. Let's say, yung first row lang yung available, pili. Tapos, second row, Liliang. Tapos, third row, birthday. So, ang ibig sabihin ng when put together with other information, so, pwedeng pagsamasamahin ko yung first, second, at third row, makompleto ko yung first name, pati yung given name, pati yung surname, pati yung birthday. Yan, pwede mo nang masabi na tao yan, di ba? Na, let's say, for example, ako, di ko man kilala yan, pero sa mata ng ibang tao, pag nakita nila yan, si ano to, si ganyan to. Dahil, yun nga, alam nila yung ibang information about him or her, di ba? Ayan, so pinagsama-sama. So, it can potentially uniquely identify an individual. So, are these personal information? So, personal information ba yung nasa choice A? So, type lang yes, no sa chat natin para maging interactive naman tayo kahit paano. So, a man born on November 30, 1863. So, personal information po ba siya? Type lang po yes or no. Minomonitor ko rin po yung ating chat. So, ano ba yung definition natin ng data privacy sa Data Privacy Act ng personal information? Pag yung information daw can uniquely or if an identity of an individual is apparent from that information. So, yan ba sa choice A na yan? Birthday lang yung alam natin. Alam na ba natin kung sino yan? Di ba, napakaraming tao naman na pinanganak noong November 30, 1863. Sino yung mga ating mga history natin dyan? History teachers natin dyan. Ayan. Choice B. A Philippine hero born on November 30, 1863. So nakita ko kanina sa choice A natin, maraming sumagot ng A. Yes sa letter A. No? So challenge ko lang po yung sagot niya na yes. Bakit siya yes? Napakaraming tao na pinanganak noong November 30, 1863. So pag tinignan natin sa local civil registrar natin, di ba? Napakaraming tao noon. Di natin alam sino yung taong yon. So, is the identity of an individual apparent? Hindi pa, di ba? So, no po yung sagot sa A. So, ito naman, proceed sa letter B. Post na lang po sa chat. Philippine hero born on November 30, 1863. Ayan na. So, medyo nagkakaroon na ng nadadagdagan na ng information, no? So, ilan lang ba yung mga history teachers natin dito? Ilan lang ba yung Philippine heroes natin sa bansa? So, nalilimit na yung choices natin, di ba? So, ilan lamang ba sila? Tapos, pinanganak noong November 30, 1863. No? So, sa iba, pwedeng yes ito. Pero, pag pinakita mo to sa ibang tao na na hindi kabisado yung Philippine heroes, tapos hindi alam yung birthday ng mga Philippine hero, pwedeng hindi pa ito personal information. So, subjective ito. Pero since educators kayo dito, pwedeng malamang sa malamang, nasasabi nyo na kung sino to. Next choice po tayo. Letter C. Itong pangalan lang na ito. Andres de Castro Bonifacio. So, personal information ba ito? Yung letter C? Maaring hindi po, maaring oo sa iba. Pag choice C lang, standalone lang siya, 'di ba hindi? Kasi although complete name siya, may first name, may middle name, may surname, maaring hindi pa ito personal. Oo, personal information siya, pero it's not enough to ascertain or to really tell na isang individual ito kasi maaring maraming magkakapangalan na Andres de Castro Bonifacio, hindi po ba? So, ayan. So, ayan. Pwedeng hindi, pwedeng oo pa. O ito, standalone lang. Letter choice din natin. Litrato lang. Pwedeng personal information ba yan? Let's say, let's say dayuhan ako. Dayuhan ako, tapos nakita ko yung picture na to. Can I really tell kung sino yung taong yan? Di ba hindi pa? So, yun yung, to put things into perspective, yan yung mga kailangan nating gawin para masabi natin na siya itong taong to. Iko-combine natin yung iba't ibang information na to. So, a man born on November 30, 1863. Philippine hero siya sa choice B. Sa choice C, yung pangalan din niya. Tapos sa choice D, yung litrato din niya. So, sabi doon, di ba? Sa definition natin kanina, when put together with other information, no? Mas na can ascertain or identify an individual. So, tama, letter D is no, no? So, it's not enough, no? Not enough to tell na si Andres Bonifacio nga yan. So, ang tamang sagot dyan is, yun nga, wala sa choices pero all of the above, no? Kasi you have to put all this information, A, B, C, D, para ma-uniquely identify or potentially natin ma-identify itong tao na ito. So, sa batas natin, may tinatawag tayong sensitive personal information. So, yung sensitive personal information, linista po yan sa Data Privacy Act. So, ano lang natin, i-memorize lang natin, pero basically, ito na siya, nakalista na siya. So, bakit sensitive personal information siya? Kasi, ibig sabihin, kaya classify siya as sensitive because if napunta yung information na ito or na-process siya ng in an improper way can really impose an effect or maapektuhan talaga yung fundamental rights and freedoms natin. Example na lang natin kanina, 'di ba, yung profiling. Yung sa yung sa individuals race, ethnic origin and color. 'Di ba may mga may mga racism or Asian violence na tayo na yung mga kababayan natin abroad dahil sa COVID nga. May stigma against COVID sa mga Asians. Dahil dahil daw sa Asia nang galing, Wuhan virus nga daw eh. Diba? So, naano sila doon. So, pwede silang saktan, 'di ba? Saktan physically, no? So, kaya kina-classify yung mga ganyang bagay as sensitive personal information because it can really have an effect on the fundamental rights and freedoms natin. So, dito na lang sa political affiliations. 'Di ba sa history ulit natin, nung yung mga Jews, 'di ba? 'Di ba si Adolf Hitler noon, pinersecute niya yung mga Jews noon dahil sa kanilang religious affiliation naman 'yon, no? So, yung Holocaust, 'di ba? Sila pinersecute yung mga Jews. So, iba pang example pag sa age naman, 'di ba? nadi-discriminate din. Age can be used to discriminate also uh, pag let's say pag example may certain qualification lang sa age pero lumagpas ka na, 'di ba? Usually may stigma na yan sa ano, may discrimination na yan. Bawa magkaka-age halos yung mga magkakaklase, 'di ba? Tapos pag yung isa parang a little over his age na, 'di ba? Medyo ano na yan, may konting discrimination. Next is individual's health, education, genetic or sexual life. Yan, sensitive personal information yan. Di mo kasi pag I remember yung ano yung may isang di ba may ano tayo may database tayo ng mga kung sino may mga nagka-TB ganyan, tuberculosis ganyan, di ba? Usually pag pino-profile nila yung ganon para ano kasi pwedeng mag-resurface ulit yan, di ba? Minsan nade-denyan tayo ng ano ng employment ng ano ba nag-apply ako sa trabaho, may TB, may history ako ng TB pero gumaling na. Pero dapat i-declare pag nakita nilang may ganyan, 'di ba? Usually pwedeng ma-denyan ka ng application mo, 'di ba? So yung mga ganung bagay. So personal information natin can be used against us. Kaya to sensitive dahil yun nga na-profile tayo about dito sa mga to which really has an effect sa ating ano sa ating day-to-day ano day-to-day lives. Next yung mga ano numbers or issue mga information issued by government agencies natin. Katulad ng SSS numbers natin, PhilHealth number natin, yan mga yan, health records natin, licenses, yan, tax returns natin. Yan ano yan, nagagamit din yan kasi nakakapag-build din yan ng profile against us. And lastly, mga information na ano, open-ended to sa Data Privacy Act pero kapag yung Congress daw may 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 pinasa silang batas na gawing classified or sensitive yung personal information na to by virtue of a law or an executive order, yun, maka-classify siya as sensitive personal information. So next, puro definition of terms lang tayo. So personal information controllers, ang sinasabi lang dito, sila lang daw yung any entity to na or natural or juridical person that controls or instructs the processing of personal data or instruct another. So pag may entity daw siya na inutusan na mag-process ng personal data on its behalf, siya yung controller. So there is control if the person or entity decides on what information is collected or purpose or extent of its processing. So for example, land bank, 'di ba, dahil pina-process niya yung payroll natin. So personal information controller siya. So siya yung nagsasabi ano yung information na kailangan niya para magampanan niya yung trabaho niya, para mapasweldohan niya tayo. 'Di ba? Ito yung mga information na kailangan sa atin. Pag sinabi naman personal information processor, sila daw yung inutusan ng controllers. Example natin dyan, kunwari si Jollibee, di ba? Pag tumawag ka sa 87,000, hindi naman yan na mismong Jollibee restaurant. Meron silang in-outsourcean ng ng mga serbisyo. Diba? Pwedeng call center company yan na nagtatanggap ng mga tawag para sa mga orders natin sa Jollibee, ganyan. Hindi naman yung mismong restaurant. So, yung call center company na yon, siya yung personal information processor. Tapos, personal information controller doon si Jollibee. So, yung nagsasabi, ito yung mga dapat nyong i-collect para magbigyan natin sila ng pag-deliver sila, na-deliveran natin sila ng pagkain, ganyan, sa mga in-order nila. So, data subject, refers to any individual whose personal and sensitive personal information is processed. No? So, example lang data subjects, di ba, tayo, mga tao, kasi pinaprocess yung individuals tayo, tapos pinaprocess yung personal information natin ng mga controllers, pati ng processors, di ba? So, sa hospital, ang data subjects ay ang mga pasyente. Pag sa kumpanya, mga empleyado. And pag sa eskwela, data subjects dyan, mga estudyante. So, employees, pwedeng teachers as employees, di ba? Yan. So, data subjects tayo pare-parehas. So, structure ng Data Privacy Act. So, ayan. So, basically, ito yung framework ng Data Privacy Act. So, like any other law, may definition of terms, function ng NPC, tapos, data subjects rights. So, i-drill down natin yan. May mga karapatan yung data subjects and ano yung mga obligasyon ng mga controllers, PICs, Personal Information Controllers. Ano yung mga obligation din ng mga Personal Information Processor. And may separate provision specific to government kasi ang government ay ang largest repository of data, no? Ng mga ng kanyang mga citizens, di ba? So kaya dapat mas tayo ay dapat mas pangalagaan natin yung personal information ng ating mga kababayan natin. And of course, penalties, may penal provision or parusa kapag may mga paglabag sa batas. So, uphold rights of data subjects. So, ano-ano nga ba yung mga karapatan ng natin bilang mga data subjects? So, meron tayong 8 data subject rights. So, we have the right to be informed, no? Bakit, yan nga, why are you processing my data? So, ako ay may-ari ng data ko. So, I have the right to know bakit ano yung purpose, bakit ipaprocess itong data na to. No? So, next, right to object. Pwede yung tumanggi dahil my data. For example, may tumawag sa akin or may nag-send sa akin ng survey link. Usually, pag survey naman, optional yan. Pero, yun nga, may karapatan tayo mag-object. Or example, nahagip tayo sa sa pagbi-video, no? Especially pag yung bini-video about sa atin is of course either nakakahiya man yan or or 'di ba sensitive yan, 'di ba? Karapatan tayo ipatigil ito dahil may privacy rights tayo. Right to access, may karapatan ako bilang data subject na mabigyan ako ng kopya or ng access sa aking personal information. Yun, no? So, related yan sa right to data portability. I want a copy of my data. What do you know about me? Right to correct or rectify, especially kapag may mali sa data. Mali yung spelling ng pangalan, mali yung detalye ko, no? So, pwede natin ipabago to. And right to block or remove. So, pwede natin ipa-delete. Magpa-delete tayo. Tapos, I want a copy of my data pag right to data portability. So, ibig sabihin lang ng data portability is I can have a copy of my data in a common format na na easily ma-read ng aking processing system, no? Tulad ng, 'di ba na-try niyo na ba to sa Facebook yung download a copy of my data? So pag clinic niyo 'yon, bibigyan kayo ni Facebook ng a copy of your data. Naka HTML. So makikita mo lahat ng post mo doon, mga pictures, ganyan. So a copy of my data 'yon. And of course, pag may mga paglabag sa aking data privacy rights, pwede akong mag-file ng complaint at ma-awardan ng damages, right to be indemnified. So these are the data rights of the data subjects. So we have also the data privacy principles. So we have 3 data privacy principles. So TLP yan. Mnemonic natin yan. Maalala ko pag nung nagme-memorize pa ako actually hanggang ngayon pag nagme-memorize ako gumagamit ako ng mnemonic, no. So TLP, no. Transparency, legitimate purpose at proportionality. That's the 3 general data privacy principles. So anong sinasabi ng transparency principle? So dapat yung data subject, 'di ba, na kwento ko kanina, may right to be informed siya. So dapat si data subject, next to. So si data subject may karapatan siya malaman ano yung nature or purpose at extent ng pagpaprocess ng kanyang personal data. Sino-sino yung magpaprocess ng personal data niya? Sino yung personal information controller? Sino yung mga personal information processor? Ano yung mga applicable rights ko bilang data subjects? Paano ko ito ma-exercise? And ano-ano yung mga risk at safeguards kapag pre-process yung data ko. So ang dapat bilang personal information controller, obligation ni PIC na ipaalam sa data subject itong mga ganitong bagay. So usually, paano napapaalam ni personal information controller sa data subjects? Usually, gumagamit sila ng privacy notice. Naalala nyo kapag may mga pag online, kikita natin, di ba, may mga humihingi sila ng consent sa privacy notice, may mga maahabang text na ganyan. Ito, sa image natin, no, may example, no. So, ang elements ng privacy notice, may details about the personal information controller, ano-ano yung mga personal information about us na kinokolekta, paano pinaprocess o bakit pinaprocess, what is the nature, extent, and process of bakit kinokolekta or pinaprocess yung personal information natin, paano siya ginagamit, ina-access, ini-store, ano yung mga security measures na nakalagay, sino-sino yung mga magiging processor ng personal data bukod sa controller ng data, and ano-ano yung mga applicable rights ko bilang data subject. So, dapat nasa privacy notice yan.
This is a privacy policy. Most people think of a privacy policy as a long, complicated document full of legal mumbo jumbo that can be pretty confusing and not always the most useful. At LinkedIn, we believe that a privacy policy should be easy to understand and centered around protecting you, our members, to ensure that we continue to earn your trust. So we've designed our policy around putting our members first. We give you clarity, consistency, and control over your information. We make clear what data we collect, how we collect it, and how we use it. For example, when you register, we collect information to help you set up your account. We also store and collect data on how you use the site and how you interact with third-party services and applications, so we can help you create the professional networking opportunities you need to transform your career. We never rent, sell, or distribute your private information to third parties unless you ask us to, like when you ask us to make a secure transaction on your behalf. The information you choose to provide enables us to enhance your experience and make LinkedIn work better for you. Through your LinkedIn account, you can control what information people see and how it can be used. Of course, you can always request to simply close your account, but there's no need to do that because we've worked hard to earn the trust of millions of professionals just like you. From our members to our employees and partners, trust is what powers the LinkedIn Professional Network. Check out the details of our privacy policy today at LinkedIn.
Ayan, no? So usually, privacy notice, privacy policy, yan yung mga nakikita nating online, no, na tinatanong or mga screen na pinapabasa sa atin ng mga websites, di ba? Para ma-adequately inform tayo bilang data subjects about sa processing ng ating personal data. So, Recommendation ko is wag lang natin click yes, yes, or I accept lang dyan. So, basahin natin na maigi. I know, medyo daunting siya kasi para siyang kontrata eh. Ang liliit ng text tapos minsan nagmamadali tayo. Gusto natin gamitin yung service, no? Pero usually, nandun na usually ano eh, kung paano pinaprocess yung data natin. So, kailangan natin maging vigilant or himayin natin isa't isa kung may red flags man about sa pagpaprocess nila ng data. Para ma-inform tayo na papayagan ko ba ito website na ito i-process yung data ko, consent ba ako dito, no? So, it's important to be informed to make decisions. So second general data privacy principle is legitimate purpose principle. So yung pagpa-process daw ng personal information natin, bukod sa pagiging transparent, dapat yung personal information controller or processor, dapat may legal basis sila or legitimate purpose sila pag pinaprocess nila yung personal information natin. So obligasyon nila yan, no? So, paano ba nagkaka-legitimate interest? So, pag may nagkakaroon ng legitimate purpose principle, number one, it's either pag minandate siya or pag government agency siya na kailangan mag-perform ng public duty niya. Ayan, legitimate purpose yung process nun. Pag hiningan tayo ng consent ng controllers or processors, yan, kaka-legitimate purpose kasi nagbigay tayo ng consent bilang data subject na i-process yung personal information natin. No? So, ang sinasabi lang is processing of information shall be compatible or dapat may declared and specified purpose yan na compatible sa batas, morals, or public policy. No? So, usually, paano natin madedetermine kung legitimate purpose yan? Bukod sa may batas na nagsasabi or kung nakapagbigay tayo ng consent, we do three-part test na sinasabi. So, pwedeng purpose test yan. So, i-qualify natin. Does the processing have a legitimate interest or purpose? Yes/no. Necessity test, is the processing necessary to achieve such interest or purpose? Is there a less intrusive way to achieve the purpose? Ayan, necessity. Ibig sabihin, kailangan ba siya? Or pag wala ba yung information na yon, mahihinder ba yung pagpaprocess? Balancing test, is such interest purpose not overridden by the concerned individual rights and freedoms? So, gawin natin, binabalance. No? So, laging balancing act yan. Di porket sinabi natin data privacy is bawal agad yan. Yung na-mention ko kanina a while ago, di ba? Laging balancing act yan. So, may advisory opinions tayo sa NPC, nasa website namin yan. So, it's NPC Advisory Opinion 2018-20, -50 and 2020-006. Yan. Isa sa mga important concepts ng legitimate purpose is consent, no? Kaya importante ma-inform na maigi si data subject kasi paano tayo bilang data subject makaka-make ng proper decision if we are not well informed, no? So, pag malabo daw yung information, it's not consent, no? So, ano nga ba definition ng consent sa batas? So, it's any freely given, specific, informed indication of will, whereby data subject agrees to the collection and processing of personal information relating to him or her. So, kailangan daw ma-evidence by electronic or recording means. So, yun nga, pag nag-tick lang tayo ng checkbox, electronic means na yan, di ba? Radio button, nag-submit tayo, yan. May evidence na nakuha yung consent natin. So, yan. So, kailangan inform tayo na maigi sa pagkukuha ng consent natin bilang data subjects. Cases where consent is not necessary, no? For example, may batas na nagsasabi na kailangan i-process itong information na to. For example, yung RA 9165, no? Pwedeng ma-waive na yung consent. Kasi may law na nagsasabi na na pwede siyang gamitin yung information pa. So, kung walang law na nagsasabing or walang explicitly batas na nagsasabi nun, pag yung information na to necessary to protect life and health, so dapat maano na yan, ma-process na yan for the purpose of medical treatment. Yan, pwedeng for example, di ba, pag na-accidented tapos hindi makapag-provide ng willful consent yung isang data subject, di ba? Dahil na-aksidente nga siya. So, pwedeng i-process agad yung information or ma-waive yung consent. Pag may court proceedings, dahil may legal basis din na kailangan i-process yung information, no? Kailangan niya. Or pag mandate siya ng isang government office. No? So next or third, general data privacy principle is proportionality principle. Sinasabi lang dito is hindi dapat sobra yung pagpoproseso natin ng personal information. Yung minimum necessary lang dapat yung ma-process or ma-kolekta, no? Hindi porket sinabing hindi porket is parang dito parang pangit yung yung or it does not go against, it goes against the principle of proportionality yung correct tayo ng napakaraming information tapos yung information naman na yun sobra siya, yung iba hindi naman ginagamit, no? So dapat i-qualify natin isa-isa kung ano lang ba yung pinaka-required na information. Otherwise, wag na natin korektahin yung ibang pieces of information na yun. Yun ang yung sinasabi dyan.
Sir Jansen?
Yes po.
Sir, tawag po ako sandali sa phone mo, sir.
Sige po. Mag-mute. Pwede po ako mag-mute muna.
Yes po, sir.
So ayun, no, so sorry, medyo lost track of time. In the interest of time, medyo napasarap yung kwentuhan natin. Wow, naging kwentuhan. I-wrap up na natin muna ang ating talk. So basically, ang sinasabi ng Data Privacy Act sa ating education sector, i-uphold natin yung privacy rights ng ating mga estudyante at ating mga kapwa data subjects sa ating institusyon, kapwa teachers, kapwa sa eskwelahan, di ba? Bakit? Kasi kailangan nating protektahan or sa atin nagsisimula yung education at awareness, no? So being educated at awareness is influences our day-to-day lives. So important ang Data Privacy Act. dahil ito ay isa sa mga nagpo-protect sa ating mga primary stakeholders, which is our students, no? So to close our talk, I'll be sharing this article na nag-viral nung end nung 2018, di ba? May bullying na nangyari, no? Ano nangyari sa bullying na 'yon? So binully ng isang estudyante, may nakuha ng video, sinasaktan yung kapwa niyang kamag-aral. Ang nangyari ang nangyari din dito is nabully din yung nag-bully. Kasi naging viral ito, shinare yung information niya, pati yung address ng bahay niya, shinare. Tapos yung bata natakot, although alam na niya yung he learned his lesson the hard way, pero natakot siya sa kanyang buhay, pwedeng kasi yung address niya na-share, sino siya, pwedeng abangan siya sa labas ng bahay, di ba? So, it affected his pwedeng nagkaroon siya ng trauma, no? So, to close, sabi dito, the privacy of all the children involved in this incident, no, should have been protected, sabi nga ng Save the Children, no? So, we load this initiative ng DepEd to na-integrate yung data privacy sa kanilang training, sa inyong training. So, thank you po for this morning, for inviting the NPC and reiterating yung importance ng Data Privacy Act. And I hope marami po tayong natutunan kahit naka short po yung ating ang ating module for this for data privacy. So, yun lamang po, and thank you po ulit.
Thank you very much, Engineer Jansen. Let us now call our Principal 1, Ma'am Marjorie Pilon.
Wow, promoted, sir. Congratulations. Thank you, sir Rick. Congratulations. And thank you, Engineer Jansen, for sharing us your expertise on the importance of Data Privacy Act. This is very timely topic and discussion because we are now on the new media age wherein a lot of people do their transaction online, from mobile banking, sending money, sending reports, and a lot more. So with this information, sir, we are now more aware as individual that we have a lot of stake when it comes to data privacy. So my insight or our insight on this topic that the more we know about or the more knowledgeable we are in data privacy, the better and able will be in protecting ourselves from a large number of risks. So Sir Jansen from SDO Santiago City family, thank you for your presence this morning. So with this, sir, may I do honor to present to you our act of gratitude, the certificate of recognition as per advised by Ma'am Abby. So let me read to you the content of the certificate. So Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 2, Cagayan Valley Schools Division of Santiago City awards the certificate of recognition to Engineer Jansen Esguerra, Information Technology Officer 1, National Privacy Commission, for having served as resource person during the 2021 Division in Service Training held at the Schools Division of Santiago City through online streaming on March 16, 2021. Given the 16th day of March 2021 at SDO Santiago City, Philippines. Signed, Cherry S. Ramos, EDD CESA 5 Schools Division Superintendent. Again, thank you, Engineer Jansen Esguerra, our first speaker for today's session. A round of virtual applause for Engineer Jansen. Okay, so our dear educators of SDO Santiago City, let us be vigilant. Sabi nga ni Sir, uphold privacy rights of our learners and our co-workers. So with that, thank you so much, Sir Jansen, and see you again po sa susunod naming mga inset training. So, Sir Rick, let us move forward to our next session. May I now introduce to you our next speaker, a very handsome, very brilliant and active regional person, the Regional Education Program Supervisor of the Quality Assurance Division of the Regional Office, Region 2. Let us welcome Sir Roman D. Pagaduan Jr. A virtual applause, please. Hello, sir. Good morning po.
Hi. Yes, Madam Marge. Thank you very much for the very generous introduction. I hope we can move forward after my topic. Ano po? Kasi I was reflecting if I am really in the right position to be talking about this topic. But I realize, yes, I am, because on the personal side, I have great experiences on personal financial management. Okay, so it's my first time to use StreamYard. Okay, I really enjoyed listening to the previous speaker, as there are connections to my topic anyway, and I really learned from him also. Once again, thank you very much, SDO Santiago City, for this chance to be with you this morning. To SDS Cherry, ASDS Jonathan, to the chiefs, Madam Janet, and to the very friendly Ma'am Freds. To all the EPSS, parang paborito ko si Ma'am Freds, ano? Pasensya na po, ano, katukahan ko lang siya. EPSS, and to the rest of the great people of the SC Techs, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Okay, allow me to share my screen. Ayan. Yes, Ma'am March, I need a confirmation if you already see my screen. My presentation. Okay na po?
Wala pa po, sir.
Wala pa po. Okay, finally, meron na po siguro. Yan.
Yan, sir. Okay na po.
Okay. So, again, the topic is managing resources to the fullest. And I acknowledge the great teachers. So, ano po, pag resources kasi ang pinag-uusapan, ewan ko ba sa Pilipinas kasi ay nakaangkla sa financial, ano po, sa financial aspect. But as to resources, ano po, lahat po yan, including human resources, which are or who are considered as the most important resources. Ano po? Kaya nga po dapat ay alagaan po natin ang ating mga kasama, ang ating mga tao, because really we can move forward if we have ano po, teamwork. Ano po? Yan yung nasa inyo. Ano po? So again, I will be discussing this anchored to human, ano po, being human resources, financial resources, and all the resources that we know. And of course, this is from the BHROD of the Department of Education. As a trained, ano po, kasama ko po ang inyong accountant at mga iba po riyan sa SDO Santiago City, who attended the Personal Financial Management Seminar. The first question, fellow teachers and fellow employees of the DepEd, ano po? I address it at once. That's why ang sabi ko, ang tanong dapat ay who want to get rich quickly? But individually, I want to touch your heart. Please open your hearts. Ano po? Who wants to get rich quickly? Paki-open po ang inyong cam. Ma'am March, meron po bang nag-open? Okay.
Hindi. Parang
So,
hindi ko nakikita, sir.
hindi niyo po nakikita.
Ako na lang po.
Ayan. So you may also open your microphone and then just say yes, you want to get rich quickly. So thank you very much for the response or responses. If your answer is yes, ano po, then this seminar is not for you. But I guess, ako naman on my side, if you will say yes, this seminar is also for you. Di po ba? Unless you have other opinion, you may just raise your hand, or you may just give a signal so that our moderator or MC will recognize you. And I will stop and listen to you, of course. Okay, so ganun po ha. Ano po, pasintabi, baka po along my discussion ay may matatouch ko po yung ego nyo, yung ego natin bilang mga mangungutang. Ano po? Kasi tag po tayo, but lucky are those who have, ano po, they have no loans. Ano po? For yours is the kingdom of, ituloy nyo na lamang po. Ayan. So, again, this is all for us. As of course, in support to the Secretary's 10-point agenda, ano po, ang sabi po ni Lola Liling, ni Auntie Liling, we will expand the scope of employee welfare to respond to felt and reasonable needs by our academic and non-academic personnel. Sana po ay nararamdaman ninyo. Ano po? Maybe you have your own opinion. Hindi po namin ramdam o naramdaman, but of course we have to acknowledge these efforts of our leaders na kung minsan naman kasi ay hindi nasusuportahan ng iba. Ano po? Ng iba lang naman. But in the 10-point agenda of our beloved secretary, naririyan po, ano? Kasama po ang expansion of the scope of employee welfare. So as to wellness and welfare framework po kasi ng Department of Education, mga kapatid, nariyan ang ating employee needs. Ano? Para naman at least magiging makulay ang buhay natin as members of the department. While it's true, it might not be that, ano po, ganun kalakas yung ating, nararamdaman natin. Pero sa dami po kasi natin, makikita po natin mamaya. No? I'll be showing you data, pero 2017 pa. I was trying to look at 2018, pero mamaya po natin pag-usapan. Pero sa employee needs kasi, no? So nakikita niyo po, why do teachers remain in the Department of Education? Napipilitan lamang po ba o talaga namang naririyan yung reasons? Kahit naman pa paano, tinitingnan po kasi ang ating employee satisfaction and engagement, the employee effectiveness and productivity. So nakikita natin may PBB tayong inaasahan kahit na iba-iba ang ating bansag sa PBB, paasa buwan-buwan, mga ganyan, di po ba? Pero tingnan natin, it's all for the quality services and achievement of mandate. Kung titingnan natin mga kapatid, makapagtuturo po. Ang ganda kasi nung yung team po ninyo, gusto ko ring iangkla doon, arangkada sa pagtuturo. Ang isang guro o isang empleyado ng DepEd na maraming utang ay hindi natin aasahan na ganun ka-effective. Di po ba? Kung may reaksyon, sabihin niyo lamang po. Hindi po natin inaasahan na ganun ka-effective ang isang teacher. Mabuti wala na po na pinapasok o sinusundan ng isang bombay para sa kanyang arawang hulog. Maaring mapapangiti yung iba. Pero noon po yun, sana ngayon ay nabago na ang ating kultura. Kaya nga po, I want to acknowledge the CICM way because I was a teacher of a private school na CICM base. Ang tinitingnan talaga is establish the teacher, yung mga nauna ha, yung mga Belgian, establish the teacher so that the teacher will perform more, di ba? Or better. Yon. Kasi paano nagiging masaya ang buhay ng isang teacher kung marami siyang utang, di po ba? So, tinitingnan talaga ang wellness and welfare natin, ng ating kagawaran ng edukasyon. So, we have to at least be thankful or be more thankful dahil kahit pa paano ay naririyan. Ang hindi ko po nilalahat, pero nasa atin, no? It's my experience, mga kapatid, na naaabuso kasi natin minsan yung paglo-loan because of our wants rather than the needs, kaya doon po tayo lumulubog. Pero hindi naman po lahat. But let us try to reflect and we'll see the reality. Yeah. So employees' unique and different needs. Kaya dito na kasi, no? We have our physical needs. No? Our financial, our emotional, kaya nga po, as a human resource, kailangan natin i-consider ito. Emotional, intellectual, psychological, and spiritual. So, Ang sabi ng iba, ang root daw lahat ng mga ito kasi ay pera. So, partially, I want to acknowledge that. Ano po? How can you have physical activities if you are thinking of, di ba, a problem na kailangan mo of a financial problem na kailangan mong isolve kinaumagahan o mamayang hapon na. Di ba? Yes, so pumapasok sa financial, emotional, di ba? It's very stressful, torturing to be thinking of ways, no? Lalo na pagka tuition ng anak ang pinag-uusapan. Eh tayo pa naman talaga, no? Tinitingnan talaga natin ang pinakamagandang kinabukasan para sa ating mga anak. At pag hindi natin naibigay yun, yung emotional aspect, ano po, natatamaan yun. Di ba? So yung intellectual needs natin, paano pa natin pagsasabayin ang ating PhD or MA, ano? Kung sumasabay na yung ating mga anak na nasa kolehiyo. Okay? So, yun, naanohan din, naaapektuhan. Psychological, no? Dun sa emotional at psychological, ano? Magkasama yan. Ano? But before you, overthinking tayo. Pero may nakita ko sa post kahapon, before you overthink, ano po? Think that there's God who is a great provider. Kaya pumapasok ang ating spiritual. So if we give attention to all of these aspects, to all of these needs, at hindi lang sa pera umiikot ang ating buhay, at least okay. No? Kung okay yung mindset mo, mas makapag-iisip ka. Di po ba? Sabihin niyo po kung mali ako, ng mga paraan kung paano makagawa ng paraan kung paano papasok ang blessings o pera sa atin. Believe me, it was my experience. Ano po, na nung wala ako sa disposisyon, napakaraming problema lalo sa finances. Ano po? Because I stood na dapat ganito nang gano'n, nilalabanan ko pati director ng school, pati and then na-realize ko wala mangyayari talaga sa akin. But when I tried to balance my life and give respect to authorities and realize that there are processes, naging, sorry for using myself, naging mas magaan ang takbo ng promotion at ang takbo ng pakikitungo sa kapwa-tao. Okay po? At dumarating po ang pera dahil mabibigyan ka ng iba't ibang opportunities. Ano po? Say you will be accepted in other organizations as consultant, as professor, as instructor, ganun po, because of your personality na balance. But if you keep fighting, especially if there is something wrong in you, just identifying your needs. Pasensya na po talaga ha, at ikaw yung pumipila-pila sa daan at sumisigaw against your organization, I think there's a place for you to reflect and realize that you need to go out from your organization instead of destroying it. Okay? So yun po ha, paalala lamang po. Dahil tayo naman po talaga ang main actor of who really we are. So, ito na po yung sinasabi kong data, mga kapatid. Ano po? We are more or less, 1 million now. Okay? So, ito, as of 2017, total employees of 800,000. Kaya nga po, pagka nag-demand tayo ng increase, di po ba? I-consider natin yung kakayanin ba talaga ng gobyerno. Madali lang magsalita, na kailangan na namin increase ng ganito, ng ganon. Pero, it's a high time for us to reflect na hindi lamang po DepEd. Di ba? Parang tahanan natin ang Pilipinas at isang lang tayo, isang anak, tapos kukunin natin yung pinaka malaking slice. So what will happen to the other groups? What will happen to the services of the other? Di po ba? So it's just being fair naman po. Let us embrace our family. Ganun po. Kung ano yung kakayanin, magpasalamat po tayo. And kung ano naman po ang nararamdaman natin, iparating lamang po natin ng maayos. Ganun po. So, titingnan natin. Forward ko. Employees with loan, 600,000. Ano po? So, kung makikita po niyan, it's 75% ang naka-loan. So, masisisi ba natin ang iba na sasabihin, mga taga-DepEd, mga taga-London yan. Hindi na nga lang taga-London yung iba. No? Ano ba yung iba? Taga New York, Reno rito, Reno doon. Taga Dubai, Dubai bayadan na. So, let's just open our minds. Kung kahit na ano ba ang sasabihin nila, at least hindi naman silang nagbabayad para sa atin. However, it's high time for us to reflect, mga kapatid. Yan. DepEd payroll as of December 2017. Yung types of loans daw, it's about 1.6 million types of loans, no? Number of loan deductions, 3.5, more than 3.5 million. Number of undeducted loans, almost 500,000. So, total outstanding loan, 300 billion. Pinagsama-sama po lahat ng ating outstanding loan as of 2017. Umabot po ng 300 billion. Maaaring isang malaking ang laki naman, di ba? Pero giving the 800,000 pa lang po ito, mga kapatid, ha. So 300 billion na ang ating total outstanding loan sa DepEd po. At lalaki pa yan. Di po ba? At baka maaring lumaki na nga po. Yan. So, in this topic, teachers and DepEd personnel of Santiago City as a financial literate individuals upholding the dignity of the teaching profession. Take note, mga kapatid. Teaching profession. It's in DepEd Order number 42, series of 2017, which is the National Adoption and Implementation of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. So, hindi po dapat mawawala po ang ating pagiging guro dahil sa dami po ng ating pagkakautang. And sometimes it's a reality that when we are applying for a promotion, nandyan po ang BI. Pag nasabi, magaling lang mangutang yan, hindi nagbabayad, it will be a point against us. Ano po? Kasi kasama po yan talaga. Okay? So teachers and DepEd personnel as nation builders, teaching and shaping young citizens or future leaders. So we have to walk our talk. Maaring may utang pero marunong magbayad. Hindi yung nakikita ng ating mga anak na ang dami, no? Tapos sasabihan pa, sorry ha, joke lang po ito. Sasabihin mo anak, wala ako. Diba? Sabihin naman anak, wala raw po siya. Sabi niya. Diba? So it's a joke, but it's a reality. Na naranasan ko rin ito, mga kapatid. Ha? Pero hindi ko sinabi sa anak ko, sabihin mo wala ako. No? Yung nandyan na yung mangungutang, tapos yung anak mo makikita. So, ay mangungutang, yung maniningil. Yan. At saka yung anak mo ang makikita. So, in a way, maganda rin naman makita nila. Kasi, di ba? It's teaching them and shaping them. O anak, nagkaroon tayo ng ganito, ng utang because, kakailanganin nyo sa inyong pag-aaral, mga ganyan. Okay? So, it's still a way of, so, did you know that financial literacy of Filipinos ay ganito? Yan. So 3.2 out of 7. No. 88%. Ang nakakuha ng 100% sa literacy, yung perfect score 7 out of 7. May 7 questions o situations. Ang naka-perfect ay 2% lamang. No correct answer 10%. So imagine niyo po yan, mga kapatid. So 3.2, malayo pa sa katotohanan, na kahit 4 lang sana, for 50%. So, nandoon sa 88% ang nakakuha ng 3.2. So what is financial education? You might have attended financial literacy of the GSIS. So dapat alam niyo na rin po ito. So bibilisan ko na lang. So financial education, so capacity building process. So kailangan natin ma-educate as far as resources management actually is concerned. Ano po? Umpisahan natin sa ating eskwelahan, lalo sa paggawa ng modules. Baka po na misprint nyo and then hindi na ginagamit yung likod. In the Department of Education Regional Office number 2 and in some, in most of the SDOs, ginagamit yung likod. Yung patulad ng mga ito, ginagamit yung likod para po at least hindi po masayang. Yeah, still resources management education po yan. So ganoon din ang pera. Kahit sa bahay nyo, baka may mga nakakalat-kalat pong 25 cents dyan dahil feeling nyo hindi na kailangan. Sayang din yung pagtatulog niyan. Yung pagtulog niyan sa mga gilid-gilid, dahil hindi nyo pinapansin, dahil gano'n na lang it's still a part of, gamitin po natin yan para at least iikot, di ba? Maliit man, pero walang malaki pong kasi nakapupuwing. So, pwede pong magkaroon ng kaso dahil sa 25 cents na yan, di po ba? Yan. So, financial literacy, awareness and knowledge. Well, it's true, we have DepEd, nagadumok nga financial education. Kwarta ko mga ate itagda. Yes. Ganun kasi ang it's as quick as that. Pero mas malaki pong pera if we try to reflect and consider this and let us all be aware and be knowledgeable of this. I know it is a key for us, to at least have a better life. It might not be the best. A better. Kasi pag best wala na. Yun na yung last. So better lang muna. Better life. And we'll have that financial capability. The application of financial literacy in decision making. Hindi yung sinasabi, Happy International Women's Day po sa lahat. Sinasabi na ang mga babae raw ang tinatawag na impulsive buyer, ganyan. So minsan nawawala yung kanilang application of financial literacy. Ganun po ba? O may mga kalalakihan naman na kunwari ayaw yung mga yon pero pagdating sa sabungan, bigla siyang nagiging impulsive. So hindi naman po dapat ganon. So sana wala pong teachers ang nahuhuli sa mga sabungan. At isa sa cause ng pag-spread ng ating paglaki ng ating COVID-19 cases. So ito yung po dapat, pero inangkla ko na lang sa resources management, financial planning, saving and budgeting, borrowing, investing, fraud and scam na nandiyan kanina sa nasabi kanina ng March, sa online banking, mga ganyan, feeling natin online, po yan, yung pala, kukunin na yung pera natin sa bangko. Then financial consumer protection. So we are protected. And then yung invest, unti-unti po nating, sa investment, unti-unti nating matatouch po yan along the way. So again, this is managing resources to the fullest. Ito bilang nakaangkla, understand financial planning, learn practical tips and tools on proper financial planning or resources management. Then know the financial planning cycle, and then understand the importance of financial planning and or resource management. Let us watch this. Ayan. So it's it's just a summary of what I have presented. Ano po? Nakatutuwa, no? Nasunog na ang bulsa. So sana ay wag na nating hintayin na ganun mangyayari. So maaaring nandun na yung sitwasyon na po, yung iba ay naroroon na sa sitwasyon na ganun, pero aagapan po natin. Ano po, it's a reality mga kapatid. So, titingnan natin what is financial planning, no? A comprehensive evaluation of an individual's or household's current and future financial state to predict and manage future cash flows, expenditures, and asset values. Have you tried to reflect on your latest SALN? Maaari ang karamihan ay negative. Anong solusyon ninyo? Naglagay po tayo ng kasama po ako ron. Pero hindi naman kasinungalingan dahil meron namang cash on hand talaga, no? Naglagay ng cash on hand para at least hindi negative. Okay? Dahil sa kabila ng lahat ng pagkakaroon ng parang napaka-imposible. Subalit totoo na nasa negative state tayo, no? Nasa negative status. Okay? So, financial planning comes in. Okay? Ito is just an exercise. If you have your cell phones, pwede naman. If you have papers, scratch or anything, or in your mind, please do this. No? What do you want to achieve after 10 years? It's actually a cliche. Parang mga tanong pa ng mga bata, no? Pero ngayong state natin na ito, status natin na ito, what do you want to achieve after 10 years? Diba? So kindly put on the chat box kung ano po yun. So visualize your goals and dreams. Ma'am Marge, meron po bang pumapasok sa allow me to...
Si Sir Rick pong nakakakita no sir comments, hindi ko po makita sa may kan. Yes, sir.
Sir Rick. Okay, so in your creative minds, baka may naglagay po dyan, married with 2 kids, on house and lot, on house and lot, and the car. Ayan. Okay, baka meron pong naglagay ng ganon. Ngayon, baka may naglagay ng with 5 kids, Pero pag with 1 kid, naman po, masyado naman po yung iisa. You are a part of, joke lang naman, you are a part of a selfish community. You are contributory to the creation of a selfish community. Pag iisang inyong anak, o gusto nyong isa lang ang maging anak. Ano po? Kasi how can you teach the values of sharing kapag mag-isa lang siyang kumakain? Yan. It's a joke pero it might be a reality. Ano po? So, an exercise of financial planning. Ito po, yung monthly budget po natin. May I request you to just join me in this, baka meron po kayong organizer dyan, pwede nyo isulat, no? So yung goal ninyo is, say, save, save for your tuition. Okay? So halimbawang 4,000 o 7,000, ganyan. So how many months to save? So siyempre, pag nag-enroll ka sa graduate school, 4 months to 5 months. So ideally 4 months. So kung halimbawa 8,000 yan, edi 8,000 at 4 months. So ang magiging ang dapat mong i-save per month ay 2,000. So ganun po. So continue. So yun po yun. So at least meron ikaw ba sir meron, Ikaw ba sir meron? Meron naman ako talaga, nakalagay po lahat nung aking sinesave at may mga checklist po talaga ako kung anong dapat po nang isettle as to bills and everything. So it will help if you have an organizer, mga kapatid. So ang ating pong Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas ay mayroon pong mga free monthly budget plan notes. Okay? Para at least, so ituloy po lang po natin yan. And then, total target savings goal. So maganda po ito. It's very basic. Kasi mahirap po talaga pag iniisip mo lang. Pero pag sinulat po natin, it will all, be possible. So subukan po natin ito. And then, hindi lang sa loan dapat ginagamit ito. No? List down all your sources of income and expenses. So sources of income. Marami po tayong sources of income. Hindi lang dapat yung sahod natin as DepEd employees. But make sure hindi po affected ang ating performance as teachers or employees of DepEd. O yung katulad ng iba na nagagamit lang yung mga nasa baba ng kanilang network. Meron yung ganon, I was a victim of that, but I already stopped when I realized na parang parang break even lang and you are spending sorry dun sa mga nag-enjoy sa ngayon. Yung mga financial program, financial literacy program ng kung ano-ano mga kumpanya, ang daming teachers ngayon, it's a reality. Ang daming nagre-request, akala ko naman they will request the certificate of rating for the principal's exam last 2018, mga ganyan. Nung titingnan ko puro naman pera-pera na yung in 5 days ito na yung earnings ko, then mga dami-dami, tapos may foreigners pa na yung options, gano'n, yung parang maglalaro ka doon sa stock exchange or whatsoever. And then hindi naman po nagiging totoo. Yung ask me how, ang daming sinasabi, yun yung na po ito, sa mga scam, fraud and scam. Daming sinasabi na pag sinagot mo nito, pag nag-register ka, meron kang automatic $50, then Pero pag i-encash mo na, malapit ng, pag nakaipon ka ng $300, pwede i-encash. Ang dami-dami ng tinatanong, pina-answer ka ng kung ano-anong researches, parang sumasagot ka sa researches, then mamaya meron na naman. Hanggang mauumpot ako, hindi natatapos. Then nagre-register ka hanggang baka mamaya natanong yung Facebook account mo, then password ang nailagay mo na, yung password ang alam mo lang, nagla-login ka lang sa Facebook or in your accounts. Pero kasi sa dami na. No? So please be careful of that. So yun. So ito na, sa sources of income. Ayan. So have this, picturean nyo po. And then try to have a plan on this. Pag wala na po kayong ginagawa, baka sabihin nyo, ang dami-dami nang ginagawa ng teacher, yan pang gagawin ko. Diba? Dami, look at the Facebook right now. Ang dami-daming sinasabi na ang kakapal na raw ng reports sa kailangan i-submit ng teachers. It's just on the having that special strategy para po hindi po tayo mabuntunan ng ganon. Okay? Lalo na yung mga sasubmit daw, deadline today, ASAP, mga ganyan. So we understand that. Pero it must not be a reason for us not to establish ourselves financially. Okay? So baka ibabato niyo sa akin, ikaw ba sir? Financially stable ka pa na ba ngayon? Okay? So frankly speaking, ay hindi pa. It's on the process. So yung mga utang ko na ganun karami, unti-unti ko na pong naayos. That's why I accepted this on financial literacy, on financial education. Dati-rati, lagi akong naglo-loan sa sa GSIS, mga ganyan. Pero ngayon ay kahit pa paano ay okay na, no? So kung talagang kailangan na lang. So yung bago kasing MPL ngayon ay parang 7 years, ganun ba? So medyo mabigat on my personal analysis. So hinihintay ko na at least mas baka magbabago po, mga ganun. Kung kailangan. Okay? So ito po, yung expenses, yung basic needs. Ito kasi talaga ang magastos no? So hangga't may bunganga tayo, may tiyan na gumigiling, at dun sa baba na nagtatapon na hindi naman natin kailangan talaga yung itatapon na yun. So yun, talagang kailangan natin ng basic needs. Okay? So, yung personal needs, especially nadagdagan, mabuti may issue ano. Nadagdagan, kasi yung, ano ngayon, yung face mask daw, ay parang sinasalamin na rin daw ang estado sa buhay. Depende na raw sa face mask na gamit mo. Mga joke na rin na yun. No? So, nadagdagan yan. Okay? So, sa mga pagkakautang natin, bank and other financial institutions. Okay? Kaya, mga kapatid, sa totoo lang, nung matanggap ako dito sa regional office dito sa QAD, natawa ako sa sarili ko kasi ang buntong inang ako is makakapagbayad na ako sa aming mga utang. At narinig yun ni Sir Joy, hanggang ngayon hindi niya nakalilimutan yun. So, kinukumusta naman niya ako, o ano, nagkatotoo ba na nakapagbayad ka na yung mga utang? No? Yeah, establish ano lang po, wag po kayong maging balat sibuyas pag may mga taong nagtatanong sa inyo ng mga ganun. Ano po? Pero pag tayo naman po ang nagpapautang, halimbawa nilapitan tayo ng tao, sa other expense, the basic needs, nakulangan, wala na nga tayong maibibigay, chinispis pa natin yung tao. Diba? So dapat, no? Let's love each other. Pag wala talagang maibigay, ano po? And again, I want to share my experience sa Quirino General High School. It pays to be in a big school. Noong nagkalakasan ko magpaaral sa panganay namin, magpaaral kami. Pag nakukulangan talaga ako ng ng kakailanganin ng aking anak, lalapit ako sa aking mga kasama. Wala man sila masasamahan ka po nila doon sa taong meron dahil karereno niya sa ganito, kalolo niya sa ganyan, di ba? So, yun ang maganda. So, hindi po yung so let's help each other anyway. Wala rin pong ibang tutulong sa atin kundi tayo rin lang sa ating organization. That's why ganun ang ginagawa ng ating Department of Education. So review your budget and see what you can add to your income and subtract from your expenses. Ayan. Compute for your potential savings. Ito po yun. So from the previous, titingnan natin yung potential savings. Okay? So ito po. Pwede nyo pong picturean. And I hope I can receive some samples from you. And then I will acknowledge it. Ano po? Ito po yung isa. So have that monthly budget plan. If you may start from your daily, maganda rin po. Yung ating mga anak, pagawa natin sila ng daily budget plan. It's very effective. I did this to my children. Ano po? Ay, magugulat ka, meron silang savings talaga. Yan, ito po. Write your action plan to reach your savings or goal. Yan, pakilagay na lamang po. Ang example dito is, I will limit my spending for once to 1,000 pesos a month. Yan. So, na-limit na niya. Hindi yung pagkailangan, bibilhin na kaagad. Po. Yung nung nauso ang cactus, ang dami niyang cacti, ibigay niya cacti na natay, nalugid. Okay? So, yun, hindi natin iniisip, mga plantito at plantita diyan, Sige, tanim tayo ng tanim. Okay? Hindi nyo ba alam na mas magandang humingi lang ng branch at agkitil ka lang tapos imulang, then you will see it grow. Mas masaya po yung ganun. Ano po? So ito po yung correct saving formula, yung mga nag-attend na ng sa GFAL, income minus savings equals expenses. So ano po yun? Nauunang tanggalin yung savings at yung matitira, yun ang expenses. Okay? Pero ang reality kasi, yung income mo, meron ka ng utang, tapos meron ka pang savings. Yes or no? Let's try to reflect. So ako, ang personal is income, minus yung mga bayad sa utang para at least hindi mag-i-interest no? Ng malaki at yun muna, plus yung savings, yun ang expenses. May matitira pa ba? Sa lawaso mo, dahito yung speaker, at dapat nga negative nga ro din. Ano? So, maaring ganun po. Pero unti-unti po nating yan. So, bawasan yung hindi naman ibig sabihin na bayaran lahat ng utang. Ano po? Yung mga malalaki lang, i-prioritize natin. Pero let us stick with this formula. Yun ay personal formula ko lang mga kapatid. So, list all your income sources with amounts per month. Then less taxes kung meron or other mandatory deductions. And then loan payments. Yun po yung income. So, wag po kayong malito dun sa sinabi ko kanina, nakasama na siya doon. Gusto ko lang na maging concrete lang doon sa po. Yung nakalagay po din is deductions and then loan payments. Kasama siya sa income. Yung pag na-deduct na yon. Po? Then from there, doon kayo magkakaroon ng saving. So list all your saving goals, how much and when you want to achieve them. Compute how much you need to save per month. Okay? So yung kaya lang naman natin, po, pero i-prioritize natin para at least meron po tayong madudukot talaga. Then expenses, list all your expenses, then compare your total income versus your total expenses versus your saving goals. Alam ko mahirap ito, no? Parang naglalaro ka ito ng doon sa doon sa mga nakaranas ng naranasan ko. Okay? Itsura na lamang po din do it on your own. Kasi I understand 1 hour po ito. Kindly confirm Sir Rick or Ma'am Marge kung 1 hour. So that at least po. Okay. So, it's high time for you, no? Time to reflect po mga kapatid. Doon sa mga gumawa po, I hope you were able to make your monthly budget plan. If not, po, may guide po yon yung na-picture niyo pong slides. And you may also request a copy from me, just email me po. Okay? Yan. Ito yung i-correct ha. Yan. So, check na check po ito. It's quality assured. Na ito po ang susundin nating formula para po at least ay makaahon po tayo. Hindi po yung maglo-loan ka sa then ihuhulog mo, kukuha ka ng ilang heads, maganyan. Po? And then masisilaw ka na doon sa, I'm sorry for those members ulit ha. Masisilaw ka na doon sa ino-offer na sasakyan. Po? And then after how many months, ine-enjoy mo dahil maraming pumapasok. But kumusta po yung mga susunod na buwan? Hindi ka na nakabawi, mga ganyan. Nag-resign ka na rin sa trabaho dahil feeling mo ay okay na. Di ba? So marami pong cases ang lumalabas na ganito. Iniwanan ng trabaho sa DepEd dahil okay na raw. Dahil kumita at okay po kung at once kumita po kayo ng milyones, wala pong yan. Pero with as I analyze hindi ganoon kadali yung ibinibigay, yung proseso na pagdadaanan natin para po magiging katulad tayo ng mga nauna. I'm not that negative, but let us just try to reflect. Baka makapagbitaw po tayo ng 100,000, 1,015 for how many heads, mga ganon. Then, feeling natin ay mababawi natin yun. Okay? Try to reflect. Yung hindi nyo pagtatulog, dahil PM na kayo ng PM sa mga sa mga kakilala nyo, and then presentation Unless nagaganda po kayo, popogi, nakakalimutan nyo na yon dahil sa sobrang pag-asam sa mas malaki ng ganun kabilis. Okay? Again, I'm not against. Those who have special strategies of doing things na ganito, okay, my greatest salute for at least you are doing better in the field that in that experience that you have right now. But no one can help us. Start from what we have, income minus savings equals expenses. Okay? So ito na po yung financial planning cycle. What is my situation? Try to reflect. Ano yung situation nyo yun? Lubog na ba kayo? Mas malaki na ba yung binabayaran yung interest kaysa sa sahod nyo? What do I want to achieve? Ano pa ang gusto nyo? Sa sitwasyon na yan, siyempre, man as a finite being with insatiable desires, talagang meron pa rin tayong mga gusto. Yan, kahit pa paano. And then, what must I do to achieve it? Am I doing it? Yan. So, na-identify mo kung ano yung dapat mong gawin, ginagawa mo ba? And then, what changes do I need to make? Cycle lang po yan. So, start from your situation right now. Yan po dapat ang ating cycle. And pag naayos po yan, siyempre, lahat ng resources natin ay mapupunta rin sa sa ayos because at least we are financially stable. Kahit pa paano ay nasosolve natin yung mga iba, nakakamit natin yung iba. Pero wag pong pagsabay-sabay yung mga kapatid. Lang po talaga. One at a time. Yeah. Income versus expenses, needs versus wants. Yeah. Saving goals, investment goals, and retirement goals. Yan dapat naman nasa isip natin. What do I want to achieve? Hindi naman masamang magkaroon ng 3 sasakyan. Yan. Pero kapag meron ka ng isa, stop muna. Lalo pag wala ka ng parking area, dinalawa mo pa, kawawang kapitbahay. Joke lang. Okay? So, retirement goals. So, yan ang mga nasa isipan natin dapat. Reduce expenses, increase income, invest wisely. Yan. Okay? So, nasa way of living din natin yan talaga. No? Pero again, reduce expenses, increase income, and then invest wisely. Disciplined spending. And then working smartly, and then investing wisely. Ginagawa niyo ba talaga? Okay? So, hindi naman po, pag pamilya kasi pinag-uusapan, binibigay natin lahat. So, if you want to achieve or establish a happier family, at least lalabas kayo once in a while. Diba? Amidst pandemic, ayan po, pwede namang pumasyal sa mga lugar na malapit lang sa atin. And it does not reflect the quality of time we want to spend with our families. Ganyan. Then, changes in goals, changes in situation, unfulfilled plans. Okay? So, dapat pag merong ganon, meron kayong checklist. Dapat may checklist talaga. I-check na kung ano na yung kung okay na ba yung goals nyo for 2021 o yan. So, i-check natin yan. So, dapat change is the name of the game. Parang ganun. So, it's a cycle. Okay? Yan, puro plano ang nasa isipan ni Ginoong DepEd. Ayan, So, it's a reminder, that control over spending. Yun, security from risk. It's not because may mga nag-o-offer na mga ganito, yung nanalo ka ng sponsored by a certain senator, okay? O kung ano-ano, mag-thank you na lang tayo, huwag nating murahin. Thank you very much. Kahit at least, kahit pa paano pala, may pag-asa na nanalo ka. Pagpapatulan mo pala yon, pagdedeposituhin ka ng kung ano-ano dyan sa... I tried. Dahil gusto ko lang malaman kung paano yung proseso. Para at least alam ko kung ano yung kwento. Then, pagdedeposituhin ka na pala sa MD Villar, maganyan. Basta may mga na. Okay? Then sabihin ko naman, nakapag-deposit na ako. Sige, pupunta na siya. Then pagka nandun na, ayun. Pag parang nasigurado na siyang nakapag-deposit ka, hindi mo na siya makontak. Yan. So, freedom from worry. No? Worrying is a sin. I believe worrying is a sin. Why worry? We have our God who is a great provider. May solution yan. Believe me. And then, sustainability of lifestyle. Yung sahod mo ba umaangkop dun sa income mo? Dun sa way of living? Ganyan. Okay? Baka ang bag ay original na ganyan, LV. wala naman tayong pakialam doon kung talagang kaya. Pero ano yun, halimbawa yung position mo ay ganito, tapos yung mga anak mo ay puro naka-iPad at di ba? So that's something questionable din. Kung wala kang pakialam, pero kung alam yung source of living, yung tapos yung lifestyle hindi na aangkop, then there's something wrong. Okay? So freedom from debt. Ito kailangan natin ng kalayaan na ito. Okay? Though ano nga ba talagang kalayaan, Is it doing what you want? Hindi po, no? It's achieving things or doing what you want based on certain standards or rules or policies. That's freedom, di ba? Ganun po 'yun. And it's realizing dreams. Life is a dream. Realize it, sabi nga po ni Mother Teresa of Calcutta. Okay? So yun po 'yun. So we need to make a financial plan for all of this. Ano po? Okay. So itong financial planning guide, parang na lang po ito, no? E-version, pero naka-ano na po 'yun. Na-discuss ko na. Okay? So this is based on a true story. Okay, let us try to reflect and give your reactions.
"21 years na po akong teacher. Bata pa lang ako, pinangarap ko talagang maging guro. Dahil sakitin po ang aking dalawang anak at single parent ako, nangailangan akong umutang sa 5-6. Naisangla ko rin ang ATM card ko, kaya halos wala nang natitira sa sweldo ko. Para makadagdag sa income ko, nagtitinda ako ng banana Q sa mga students. Buti nga, pinayagan ako ng school dahil alam nilang gipit ako. Tapos, a few years ago, may bangko na pumunta sa school at nag-offer ng loans. Through the loan, na-redeem ko yung ATM card ko at nakapagsimula ako ng maliit na negosyo. Nagbenta ako ng health and beauty products online. Dumami ang mga orders sa akin. Dahil lumalaki na ang kita ko sa online selling, naikuha ko na ng educational plans ang dalawa kong anak. At unti-unti po napagawa ang aming bahay. Naglakas loob ulit akong mag-loan sa bangko para magtayo ng internet cafe na piso-piso ang bulog. Ngayon, every weekend, nagha-harvest kami ng mga anak ko ng mamisong kita sa PisoNet business ko. Gumanda ng gumanda ang buhay naming mag-anak. Nakapagtapos na rin ako ng masteral ko para mas gumanda ang posisyon ko sa pagtuturo. Ngayon, abot kamay ko na ang aking mga pangarap. Ako po si Lily Cortez ng Bagong Pag-asa High School.
Ayan. So it's an open forum now. So may I request 1 or 2 or 3 to give your reactions, to give your ideas on the videos you have we watch, and then or sa previous discussions. Anyone?
Sir, basahin ko lang yung comments nila.
Yes po.
Yung iba, sir, talagang nasasaktan daw sa topic dahil nangungutang. Pero actually, sabi nila, they are determined to overcome that and to plan for a better future. Sabi
Yes,
naman
ma'am.
ng iba, actually, kapag may mga anak ka na ng college at 2 or more, sure, kulang na po ang sweldo, kaya need pong mangutang. Hehehe, sabi po.
Opo. Tama naman po yun. No? As I earlier said, ako isa nga lang eh. Talagang kinailangan ko mangutang. Ano po? Thank you very much for the comments. Sige ma'am, kahit na unedited po yan, baka may reactions po sa mga nasabi ko, okay lamang po. No? It's just an exposure of what we have experienced. Ano po? Sana po hindi kayo magalit sa akin. Ano po? It's a point of learning for all of us.
Yes, sir. Sabi naman po ni Ma'am Elvira Pablo, have a simple life. I save for emergency needs and save for our future. Insurance with investment is one way of investing my money.
Yes, opo. Yun nga po talaga, just be careful. Baka po tayo, maloko. Yan. Kasi naranasan ko nga rin po talaga ang naloko of those investments.
So, another po, practice minimalism. Yan po.
Ay, opo.
Insurance with investment. Ito po, talagang maganda to. Income, tithes and savings expenses. Talagang nauuna yung tithes. Effective po yun, sir. Dapat huwag kalimutan ang religious.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yun po dapat unang sinasave natin. Okay, what else? So far, sir, wala na po. Wala na tayong really hurt, sabi ng iba.
Yes po. Sorry po ha, nagpasintabi po ako kanina. At ako mismo.
In a positive way, sir. Okay?
Yes, opo. Kasi nagsasabi nga rin po ako talaga, sarili ko sinasaktan ko because of what I am saying right now. But like you, yung mga nagsabi na determined po kayo na, yes, we have to be determined to settle all things and eventually we'll have financial freedom. Meron pa po, ma'am? Wala na po?
Wala naman na po. Aking makikita ata. Diskarte sa buhay. Yun, sir. Tamang diskarte sa buhay.
Opo. Tama po talagang diskarte sa buhay ang kailangan. Okay? So, thank you very much for those reactions po. I know I hurt you. Ano po? But I did not mean that. Ano po? It's just a point of springboard lang po natin yan para po makamit natin ang mas maginhawang buhay. Ano po? Ako po, I'm struggling right now as to finances, but I know it's lighter than the past. Okay? Ayan. So, with that, my dear friends, if you have questions right now, just simply ask those questions, and I am very much willing to answer. Anyone? Yes, Ma'am Marge, magtawag po kayo kung may question o may nag-raise.
Magbabasa na lang, before spending thought, do I really need this? Wala naman pong question, sir. These are all comments and appreciation for the topic that you have discussed, sir.
Yes po.
Na-enlighten po kami, sir. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much po. Attorney Rona, good morning. Yan, may fellow rin yan. Nandiyan po, nakita ko. Sir Jonathan, any comments?
Hi, sir. Good morning po.
Hi, good morning po. Good morning.
Hindi kahapon.
Yes po.
Kumusta po?
Okay naman po, attorney. Nandito kami sa Richard. Okay naman po kami. Yes, sir, Jo. Any other questions? If there are no more questions, thank you very much, Madam Marge, Sir Rick, for facilitating this session. And thank you to SDS Cherry, SDS Jonathan, ASDS Jonathan. And then to the chiefs, maraming salamat po. And to all the school heads and teachers of the great SDO Santiago City, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Arangkada. Thank you.
Congratulations po, Sir Roman, for that tagos sa pusong presentation. You truly touch our hearts. With those data and advice, you made us reflect and plan to start anew us, to be a better financial manager. So with that, sir, please accept this certificate of recognition from SDO Santiago City. So let me allow me to read the content of the certificate. Mali po ata yung naipan ko. Okay. So, the Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 2, Cagayan Valley Schools Division of Santiago City, awards this certificate of recognition to Roman G. Pagaduan Jr., Education Program Supervisor, Quality Assurance Division, for having served as resource person during the 2021 Division INSA training held at the Schools Division of Santiago City through online streaming on March 16, 2021. Given the 16th day of March 2021 at SDL Santiago City, Philippines. Signed, Cherry S. Ramos, EDD, CESA 5, Schools Division Superintendent. So again, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and heart to our Santiagueño speakers.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. In behalf of our regional director, Sir Ben, our ARD, Sir Jess, and our new chief of the Quality Assurance Division, Dr. Leila Amante Taginod. Ano po? Quality Assurance Division is happy to serve you with the smile. Maraming salamat po.
A virtual applause for Sir Roman. Thank you, sir. Okay, so with that, my fellow dear school heads and teachers of Santiago City, we now proceed to our last speaker for this morning session. May I introduce to you one of the prettiest legal officer of SDL Quirino, Attorney Ronaline Lucena, for our next session. Good morning, ma'am, Rona.
Good morning, Ma'am Marjorie. Hello po.
Hello po. So, may I will now pass to you,
SDO
ma'am,
Santiago.
the floor.
Share ko lang po yung screen. Okay. It is such an honor po to be speaking today about the rights, values, and ethics of public school teachers. Thank you for inviting me, Ma'am Cherry Ramos, and also Sir Jonathan Fonda, both leaders of SDO Santiago City. Okay. Okay, so let me start with the values and ethics in public service. Okay, values is defined as the broad beliefs about what is and is not appropriate behavior. Ibig sabihin, hindi po siya written, so what is generally accepted in the community, yun po, yung ating beliefs. Okay? Ethical behavior naman po is what is accepted as good and right in the context of the governing moral code. Ibig sabihin, merong sinulat na code, okay, na siyang susundan natin, siyang magtuturo sa atin kung ano ang good and right. Public office. Ano bang public office? Public office is both a duty and a position of great importance in a government bureaucracy. So being a teacher is a public office. It is both a duty and a position. Sabi dito, public office is a public trust. Public officers and employees must at all times be accountable to people, serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, and loyalty, and efficiency, act with patriotism and justice, and lead modest lives. Ito po yung nakalagay sa ating 1987 Philippine Constitution, Section 1, Article 11. Ano naman ang administrative ethics? Generally, it says ethics is a way of life. But administrative ethics is the society's view of what constitutes appropriate behavior by its public officials. Okay, ethics in workplace. What is an ethical dilemma? It is a situation that requires choosing a course of action. Ano nga ba ang gagawin ko? Most of the time, nalalagay tayo sa sitwasyon na ganito and most of the time, hindi natin alam, ano ba yung pipiliin ko? Okay? Especially kung may mga considerations. Okay? Example ng ethical dilemmas, should I support my boss's incorrect views? Should I sign false documents? Should I accept gift from clients? Should I give special treatment to a friend or boss's friend? Nangyayari to, especially minsan nalalagay tayo sa sitwasyon na kailangan nating pumili. May pangangailangan tayo, parang continuation to ni Sir Roman na, may pangangailangan tayo, tapos mayroong, ang tawag dito, may nag-aabang, okay, na pwede nating maging solusyon sa problema. Pero minsan, tama ba yung solusyon na yon? Okay? So kapag nandun tayo sa sitwasyon na ganon, ito yung dapat nating isipin. Ano ba yung responsibilidad ko sa public, sa stakeholders, sa organization, sa profession, sa iyong mga kasama, at sa iyong sarili? Okay? Ethical dilemmas, according to Terry L. Cooper, a political science instructor of the University of South California. Confronting conflicting responsibilities is the most typical way public administrators experience ethical dilemmas. So, confronting conflicting responsibilities. Ano nga ba ang mga factors of negative behavior in the government? First, the difficulty of coping the economic realities because of unrealistic salary levels of government employee. Sana dyan tayong mga teachers, di ba? Ilang taon na yung ating plight for salary increase. The excessive desire for wealth and the good life among other higher echelon government officials. Low moral standards or values. An administrative behavior that facilitates or support corruption. Related to the preceding factor is strong corruption influence of clientele. Bad examples set by leadership. The kinship system, a cumbersome system of justice, and unenforceable and obsolete laws. Okay? So, hindi lang tayo teachers, di ba? Tayo din ay public officials kasi nasa government service tayo. So, we have here, isang code natin, okay, is Republic Act number 6713, which is the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. Okay, bakit nga ba ginawa yung RA 6713? Sabi dito, to promote a high standard of ethics in public service. Yun nga, public office is a public trust. Okay, ano po yung scope? Sabi dito, all public officials and employees. Government includes the national government, which we belong, the Department of Education, the local government, and all other instrumentalities. Public officials includes elective and appointive officials and employees, permanent and temporary. Okay, so tinuturuan din tayo ng RA 6713, ano nga ba yung norms of conduct? Paano ba tayo mamuhay as public officials? Section 4 provides the norms of conduct, and every public official and employee shall observe the following as standards of personal conduct and discharge and execution of public duties. First, commitment to public interest. Public officials and employees shall always uphold the public interest over and above personal interest. Professionalism. Public officials and employees shall perform and discharge their duties with the highest degree of excellence, professionalism, intelligence, and skills. Ito natin dito, highest degree. Okay? Trustness and sincerity. Public officials and employees shall remain true to the people at all times. They must act with justness and sincerity and shall not discriminate against anyone, especially the poor and underprivileged. Political neutrality. Public officials and employees shall provide service to everyone without unfair discrimination and regardless of party affiliation or preference. Sabi pa dito, isang norm, responsiveness to the public. So what is required is prompt, courteous, and adequate service to the public. Unless otherwise provided by the law or when required by the public interest, public officials and employees shall provide information of their policies and procedures in clear and understandable language, ensure openness of information, public consultations and hearings, whenever appropriate, encourage suggestions, simplify and systematize policy, rules, and procedures. avoid red tape, and develop an understanding and appreciation of socio-economic conditions prevailing in countries, especially in the depressed, rural, and urban areas. Most schools may mga processes tayo like simple getting of documents ng mga past students. Most schools po walang process na nakalagay how to get those documents. But it is a challenge po sa lahat ng school to provide a process para po mas madali. For example, tinanong yung isang teacher, "Ma'am, paano po kumuha ng ganitong documents sa school?" Okay? Minsan iba-iba yung nasasabi nating process. Siguro po mas maganda na pag-enter pa lang po ng mga clients natin sa school, alam na nila ano ba yung process na susundan para hindi iba-iba at hindi sila mawala while doing po yung process ng pagkuha ng document, for example. Okay. Nationalism and patriotism. Public officials and employees shall at all times be loyal to the Republic and to the Filipino people, promote the use of locally produced goods, resources, and technology, and encourage appreciation and pride of country and people. They shall endeavor to maintain and defend sovereignty against foreign intrusion. Commitment to democracy. So, as public officials po, we shall commit ourselves to the democratic way of life and values, maintain the principle of public accountability, and manifest by deeds the supremacy of civilian authority over the military. And ito na naman, we shall uphold the Constitution and put loyalty to country above loyalty to persons or party. So kung if you remember po, nung nanumpa tayo ng oath of office, diba? Sabi natin, ang pinakaunang duty natin is to uphold the Constitution. Okay, at ang pinaka-importante sa norms of conduct na nasa batas ay magkaroon ng simpleng pamumuhay, payak na pamumuhay. Hindi po tinuturo yon hindi lang yon sinasabi, nakasulat po siya sa batas. Simple living, sabi dito, public officials and employees and their families shall lead modest lives appropriate to their positions and income. They shall not indulge in extravagant or ostentatious display of wealth in any form. Okay? Dapat walang unexplained wealth. Okay? What are the duties and responsibilities of public officials under Section 5 of RA 6713? Act promptly on letters and requests. Submit annual performance report. So kapag pinagpasa po kayo ni Ma'am Cherry ng report annually, okay, hindi lang po siya ang may gusto nun. We are required po by the government to submit annual performance reports. Process documents and papers expeditiously, act immediately on the public's personal transactions, and make documents accessible to the public. Pero may limitation po tayo. Okay? Data Privacy Act, isa po. And also, since may access tayo ng, lalo na yung mga may access po ng LIS, okay? Hindi natin basta-basta mabibigay yung information sa kahit kaninong tao. We have to make sure, okay, na ibibigay natin yung information doon lamang sa tamang tao. And since minor po sila, hindi po pwedeng i-post siya in public. Okay? Minor po yung ating karamihan ng information ng minor, ang karamihan na nasa LIS. So very, very careful po tayo sa pagbibigay ng information na nandoon sa LIS. Okay, so what are the prohibited acts? Section 7 of RA 6713 provides that the following are prohibited acts and transactions of any public official or employee and declared unlawful. Financial and material interest. Public officials and employees shall not directly or indirectly have any financial or material interest in any transaction requiring the approval of their office. Outside employment and other activities related thereto, public officials and employees during their incumbency shall not own, control, manage, or accept employment as officer, employee, consultant, counsel, broker, agent, trustee, or nominee in any private enterprise regulated, supervised, or licensed by their office unless expressly allowed by law. Typical example po, kunwari, isa kang teacher, DepEd, okay? Then nagpatayo ka ng school, principal ka din ng private school na yon na sa'yo or sa ibang tao. Hindi po siya allowed or prohibited act po siya under RA 6713 kasi nire-regulate po ng DepEd ang private schools. Okay? Engage in private practice of their profession unless authorized by the Constitution or law, provided that such practice will not conflict or tend to conflict with their official functions, or recommend any person to any position in a private enterprise which has a regular or pending official transaction with their office. Another prohibited act under RA 6713 is the disclosure and or misuse of confidential information, including ito, yung ating information na nakasave sa LIS. Public officials and employees shall not use or divulge confidential or classified information officially known to them by reason of their office and not made available to the public either to further their private interest or give undue advantage to anyone or to prejudice the public interest. Okay. Another prohibited act is solicitation or acceptance of gifts. Okay. Public officials and employees shall not solicit or accept directly or indirectly any gift, gratuity, favor, entertainment, loan, or anything of monetary value from any person in the course of their official duties or in connection with any operation being regulated by or any transaction which may be affected by the functions of their office. Pero yung sako-sakong nakukuha ng ating mga teachers na gift during Christmas, okay lang po yun. It's nominal. At hindi po for consideration naman siguro ng grades ng students. So it's okay po, it's not a prohibited act. Gift refers to a thing or a right to dispose of gratuitously or any act of liberality in favor of another who accepts it, and it shall include a simulated sale or an ostensibly onerous disposition thereof. It shall not include an unsolicited gift of nominal or insignificant value, not given in anticipation of or in exchange for a favor from a public official or employee. Okay, nasa RA 6713 po yung SALN. Okay? Bakit kailangan natin siyang ipasa every year? Hindi po dahil gusto lang ni government, pero dahil nakasulat din po siya sa batas. And it says here, all public officials and employees. Okay? Exception lang, those who serve in honorary capacity, laborers, and casual or temporary workers. And it shall be under oath. Ibig sabihin nun, notarized siya, under oath. Or okay, and it shall include the statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth, and disclosure of business interest and financial connections, okay, kasama ng spouses and unmarried children under 18 years of age. Palagay dito, living in their households. Paano pag nag-aaral si anak sa Manila? Kasama ba rin ba siya dun sa living in their household? The answer po is yes. Since uuwi pa rin po siya doon sa household every bakasyon. Okay, it shall include the following: the real property you own, its improvements, acquisition cost, assessed value, and the current fair market value. Personal property and acquisition cost. All other assets such as investment, cash on hand or in banks, stocks, bonds, and the like, liabilities, and all business interests and financial connections. When to file? Kailan siya ipa-file? 30 days after assumption of office. Okay? Kapag na-promote ka, 30 days after ng assumption mo ng bagong office mo, ng bagong position, you have to file SALN. Every year on or before April 30. Okay? And then, kapag magre-retire ka na, within 30 days after separation from service. Husband and wife, who are both officials or employees, may file the required statements jointly or separately. It shall be the duty of every public official or employee to identify and disclose to the best of his knowledge and information his relatives in the government in the form, manner, and frequency prescribed by Civil Service Commission. And relatives refers to any and all persons related to a public official or employee within the fourth civil degree of consanguinity or affinity, including bilas, inso, and balay. So, ang fourth civil degree, for example, is first cousins. Doon nag-end yung fourth civil degree eh. Okay? Any and all statement filed under this act shall be made available for inspection at reasonable hours. However, it shall be unlawful for any person to obtain or use any statement filed under this act for any purpose contrary to morals or public policy or any commercial purpose other than by news and communications media for dissemination to the general public. Mga financial institutions po na nanghihingi ng information ng ating mga empleyado, okay? Especially SALN, titignan kung meron pang available na sweldo para offeran ng loan, hindi po pwede. What are the penalties? Sabi dito, any violation of this act shall be punished with a fine not exceeding the equivalent of 6 months' salary or suspension not exceeding 1 year or removal depending on the gravity of the offense after due notice and hearing by appropriate body or agency. Pwede rin siyang makasuhan criminally. Okay? Kasi magkaiba po yung ating cause of action doon sa criminal prosecution at sa administrative cases. Private individuals who participate in conspiracy as co-principals, accomplices, or accessories with public officials or employees in the violation of this act shall be subject to the same penal liabilities as the public officials or employees and shall be tried jointly with them. So pag removal from service ang naging decision, ang naging resolution, ibig sabihin yung private individual kasi naka-attach po doon sa ang penalty nun is hindi ka na pwedeng magtrabaho sa gobyerno. So kapag private person po may kasama si public official, ibig sabihin yung private individual na yon hindi rin makakapasok sa gobyerno, any office. Pag kapag nagdesisyonan na siya, yung kasama niya is, yung penalty is removal from service. Yan, may teacher ulit. Okay? So, Magna Carta for Public School Teachers. Republic Act number 4670 at mas matanda pa sa akin ng 2 dekada bago pinanganak. It was promulgated on June 18, 1966. Pero tinagamit pa rin natin siya hanggang ngayon. Sabi dito, the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers was promulgated to promote and improve the social and economic status of public school teachers, their living and working conditions, their terms of employment and career prospects, in order that they may compare favorably with existing opportunities in the other walks of life, attract and retain in the teaching profession more people with the proper qualifications. It being recognized that advance in education depends on the qualifications and ability of the teaching staff, and that education is an essential factor in the economic growth of the nation as a productive investment of vital importance. Ang haba pero general. Okay, so who is a teacher under the Magna Carta for public school teacher? All persons engaged in classroom teaching in any level of instruction on full-time basis, including guidance counselors, school librarians, industrial arts or vocational instructors, and all other persons performing supervisory and or administrative functions in all schools, colleges, and universities operated by the government or its political subdivisions. But it shall not include school nurses, school physicians, school dentists, and other school employees. Okay, ano ba yung nakapaloob sa Magna Carta for Public School Teachers? Security of tenure. It is the stability on employment and security of tenure which shall be assured to teachers as provided under the existing laws. Limitation, incompetence. Okay? Right to due process, ibig sabihin, if na-filean ka ng administrative case, you have the right to be informed in writing of the charges, the right to full access to evidence in the case. Of course, limitation is ang ating Freedom of Information Act, the right to defend himself and to be defended by a representative, in short, right to counsel. May right siya na kumuha ng abogado niya, and the right to appeal to clearly designated authorities. Okay, one of the guaranteed right is non-discrimination. There shall be no discrimination whatsoever in entrance to the teaching profession or during its exercise or in the termination of services based on other than professional consideration. Okay, one of the guaranteed rights in Magna Carta for school teachers is academic freedom. Teachers shall enjoy academic freedom in the discharge of their professional duties, particularly regarding teaching and classroom methods. Okay. Ito naman, last sa aking set of topics is the Code of Ethics for Professional Teachers. It was adopted and promulgated by the Board of Professional Teachers through Board Resolution number 435 series of 1997. And the basis is paragraph E, Article 2 of RA number 7836, otherwise known as the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994. So ito, okay, may dalawang cases. First, yung ating admin case, okay? As public officials, as public school teachers, we are covered by the civil service rules, the DepEd rules. Kasi kung sino ang makakuha, either the civil service or DepEd, dun sa ating administrative case. And then, dun naman sa ating license, si PRC naman. Okay? So, kapag nakasuhan ka, administrative case, tapos dismissal from service, pero wala namang revocation of license sa PRC. Ibig sabihin, yun lang sa civil service ang hindi ka makakapasok sa gobyerno. Pero makakapagturo ka in private. Pero kung parehas, revocation of license and then dismissal from service in civil, as a government employee, okay? Ibig sabihin, hindi ka na makakapagturo, hindi ka pa pwedeng pumasok sa gobyerno. Any office po yun, hindi lang sa DepEd, pag admin case. Okay, so under the Code of Ethics of Professional Teachers, a teacher is a duly licensed professional who possesses dignity and reputation with high moral values as well as technical and professional competence. In the practice of noble profession, they strictly adhere to observe and practice this set of ethical and moral principles, standards, and values. Yun po yung ating nasa preamble ng Code of Ethics of Professional Teachers. Okay, so si teacher, meron siyang duty sa state, meron siyang duty sa profession, teaching profession, meron siyang duty sa teachers and the profession, meron siyang duty sa learners, sa school officials and other personnel, sa community, higher authorities in the profession, parents, business, and meron siyang duty as a person. Okay? Sabi dito, teacher and the state. Okay? Si teacher po ay trustee of the cultural and educational heritage. So ano po ang duty ng ating mga teachers? It is to transmit to the learners the cultural and information about cultural and educational heritage. Elevate national morality, promote national pride, cultivate love of country, instill allegiance to the Constitution and duly constituted authorities, promote obedience to the laws of the state, actively carry out the declared policies under oath. More importantly, dapat si teacher physically, mentally, and morally fit. Okay? May full commitment and devotion to duty. Non-participation or influence in elections directly or indirectly, at meron siyang academic freedom. Yung academic freedom po, it is the privilege to expound his or her researches and investigations. Kung kanina yung academic freedom sa Magna Carta for school teachers, public school teachers is yung kanyang gagamitin in class, dun sa classroom is meron siyang freedom gamitin, basta gamitin yung mga processes, kung paano niya i-handle yung kanyang klase, may freedom siya doon. Ito naman sa Code of Ethics, sabi, it is the privilege to expound his or her researches and investigations. Okay, meron ding duty si teacher sa community. Ano yon? It is to render the best service through providing an environment conducive for learning and growth. Okay, saglit na lang po. Alam kong lunch na. Konti na lang. Okay? Si teacher din, dapat siya ang mag-lead and initiate to actively participate in community movements for moral, social, education, economic, and civic betterment. Okay? Behave with honor and dignity. Nung ibig sabihin nun, teacher must refrain from gambling, smoking, drunkenness, and other excesses. Sabi dito, much less illicit relations. Live for and with the community. Ibig sabihin, you must need to understand local customs and traditions. Okay? Keep the people in the community informed about school's work and accomplishment and needs and problems. The teacher should be an intellectual leader. So, kung kailangan ng counseling services at alam mo naman mag-counsel, kailangan mong tumulong sa community. And other matters affecting the welfare of the people. Maintain harmonious and pleasant relationship with the community. Freedom to attend church and worships, but not use his position and influence to proselyte others. The teacher has a duty to the profession, to the teaching profession. Ensure that teaching is the noblest profession. Okay? The highest standard of, you must maintain a highest standard of quality education. Participate in the continuing professional education program of the PRC or yung sinasabi natin na CPD. Seek help from school. You must make sure that teaching profession as a means of decent living. Okay, so the teachers, the duty of the teacher to the teachers and the profession. We must be imbued with the spirit of professional loyalty, mutual confidence, faith in one another, self-sacrifice for the common good, full cooperation with colleagues, do not claim credit or work for not of your own, respect and observe confidentiality, only submit to proper authorities any justifiable criticism against any associate. Apply to a vacant position, he or she is qualified, but you must respect the system of selection on the merit and competence. If you don't believe on the system of the selection, especially kung may mga special rules na nilabas ang PSB, okay, Do not apply, please. Baka mamaya mag-appeal ka lang. Okay, higher authorities in the profession. You must need to make an honest effort to understand and support the legitimate policies of the school and administration. You have to faithfully carry them out regardless of personal feeling or private opinion. Transact all official business through channels, right to seek redress against injustice, and raise grievances within acceptable democratic processes. Avoid jeopardizing the interest and welfare of learners. You have the right to invoke the principle that appointments, promotions, and transfer of teachers are made on the basis of merit and needed in the interest of service. Respect the accepted contractual obligation as well as its terms and conditions. Teachers have also duties to school officials, teachers, and other school personnel. You must show all the time professional courtesy, helpfulness, and sympathy towards teachers and other personnel at all times. Cooperative responsibility to formulate policies or introduce important changes in the system at all levels. School officials shall encourage and attend professional growth. No recommendation for dismissal of a teacher or other subordinates except for cause. School authorities shall ensure that public school teachers are employed in accordance with pertinent civil service rules. Ito naman, yung duty ng teacher sa learner. You have to determine the academic marks and promotion of learners. It must be in accordance with the generally accepted procedure and measurement. And we must all the time consider the best interest and welfare of learners. No prejudice or discrimination of learners. No gift from learners, their parents, or others in exchange for requested concessions, especially if undeserved. No remuneration directly or indirectly from tutorials. Base the evaluation of the learner's work only in the merit and quality of academic performance. No corporal punishment or deductions from grade of learners as part of punishment. Ensure that the conditions contribute to the maximum development or learners are adequate, and extend the needed assistance in preventing or solving learners' problems and difficulties. Ito pa, in case of mutual attraction and love, okay, so si Code of Ethics Professional Teachers ay kinonsider na baka pwedeng ma-in-love si teacher kay student. So sabi dito, in case of mutual attraction and love between learner and teacher, exercise utmost professional discretion to avoid scandal, gossip, and preferential treatment of the learner. Okay, sa parents naman, what are the duties of teachers to the parents? Establish and maintain cordial relationships with parents. Conduct to merit their confidence and respect. You have the duty to inform the parents the progress and deficiencies of learner under him. Listen to parents' complaints with sympathy and understanding, but discourage unfair criticism. And to the business, all teachers have the right to engage in legitimate income generation. Limitation, it does not relate to or adversely affect its work as a teacher. Okay? Si ma'am, may not working, kailangan niyang mag-recruit ng mag-recruit. And nagkaroon tayo ng ECQ, GCQ. Okay? Ang lagi niyang sinasabi, alternative work arrangement, work from home. Pero nagpicture, nandun pala nagpe-present ng product sa ibang tao. Madami pong ganong cases during ECQ and GCQ. Okay, no financial interest in commercial venture in publishing, furnishing books, and other school commodities. And teacher as a person, ano ba yung duty ni teacher sa kanyang sarili? Sabi dito, teacher as human being has the highest obligation to himself with dignity at all times in school, home, or elsewhere. Self-discipline as the primary principle of personal behavior. Dignified personality, model worthy of emulation by learners, peers, and all others. And God as the guide of destiny and the destinies of men and nations. are the cases. Here are some cases decided by the Supreme Court. Yung una po is tungkol sa grade. Okay? Sabi ng Supreme Court, the Supreme Court is also convinced that the pressure and influence exerted by a teacher on his colleague to change a failing grade to passing one constitutes serious misconduct, which is a valid ground for dismissal. And also, the Department of Education considers the act of teachers in contracting loans from parents of their students not only serious misconduct, but violation of students' right to be free from involuntary contribution. Matatayuin ko sana kayo para dun sa pledge kasi hindi ko pala sila makikita lahat. Okay, but anyway po, the influence of a good teacher can never be erased. Lagi ko pong sinasabi yun, lalo na kahapon, kasama ko yung mga teachers ko ng high school. At wala pong, walang makakapantay, okay? Sa saya ng teacher na nakita niya yung estudyante niya na successful na. So, magandang umaga po at tanghali na po pala at maraming salamat po sa pakikinig.
Thank you so much, Attorney Rona, for reviewing and reminding to our teachers the norms of conduct, Magna Carta and the Code of Ethics for Public School Teachers. Truly, this is very useful and inspiring presentation, especially for our new teachers in the field. So with this discussion, ma'am, we can say that teaching is the noblest profession po talaga with the
Yes.
multi-roles and duties of teachers. Pero despite of that, educators here in Santiago City are moving forward and law-abiding citizens. Okay? So with this, ma'am, may I present to you, please accept our virtual certificate of recognition. So let me just read the content. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 2, Cagayan Valley, Schools Division of Santiago City awards the certificate of recognition to Attorney Ronaldine Lucena, Legal Officer of SDO Quirino, for having served as resource person during the 2021 Division in Service Training held at the Schools Division of Santiago City through online streaming on March 16, 2021. Given the 16th day of March 2021 at SDO Santiago City, Philippines. Signed, Schools Division Superintendent Cherry S. Ramos, EDB, CESO 5. So thank you so much, Ma'am Rona, for sharing us your precious time to the SDO Santiago City family.
Thank you po.
Good afternoon po. A virtual clap for Ma'am Rona. Okay, so with this, may I now pass the floor to our ITO, the SDO Santiago City, for some announcement on the scenario on this afternoon session, the breakout session. Sir Rick? Hello, Sir Rick.
Thank you. Yes, Ma'am Marjorie, thank you so much po. Yes po, this afternoon po, ang gagamitin po nating platform ay yung Microsoft Teams na po for the breakout rooms. Meron na po tayong, ano yan? Ha?
Schedule for this afternoon.
Ikaw naman. Yes po, sa MS Teams po tayo and nandito po si Ma'am Abby for further instruction din po. Yung mga links po natin for the breakout rooms, makukuha po natin sa mga school heads po natin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Rick. For this afternoon session, we will have now the breakout session. Links will be given before 1 o'clock, and the assigned ICT coordinators are all set up. Please refer na lang po sa matrix natin. So, to our supervisors, Mommy will be giving you the link ahead of time for the preparation for the setup. And Kinder for the breakout session po this afternoon, kinder, room 1, room 2, up to the last room for grades 10 to 12. So, the session for this afternoon will start exactly at 1 o'clock. So with this, thank you very much. Let's now have our lunch break.
Yes po, ma'am.
We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Yes po, ma'am. Yes po. Wag mo lang pala si ma'am. Hello po. For a while lang po Mamabi ako. Okay, so let us entertain kung meron po tayong mga concerns, mga queries with regards po doon sa delivery ng ating attorney Ma'am Rona. Okay? Please paki-enter po sa chat box para ating masagot po. Ayun, meron ng isa dito po, attorney. Naka-present po sa aking screen ngayon. Ayan. Question. Good afternoon po, Attorney Rona. That was truly concise, yet direct to the point overview. Moonlighting limitations, pa-clear out lang po to what extent by Ma'am Rav DB. Ayan.
When we say moonlighting po kasi, there are two jobs, right? Ay, nakapasok ata ako, ma'am. Hindi lang ako nag-open
Yes,
ng cam.
ma'am. Opo. Please open po. Ayan.
Ano pong gustong ma-clarify sa moonlighting? To what extent? Sabi niya. To what extent? Ano po ba ang ni ma'am? Teacher tsaka? Dahil po ba
Ayan,
din sa
ma'am.
tutorial?
Okay, so wala po siyang follow-up question po.
Okay, ang siguro po limitation ng moonlighting, okay? Ang sinabi naman po doon, as long as hindi siya hindi affected yung current work mo. So for example, you have done it outside of your working hour in the government. Okay? And then, hindi siya nire-regulate ng DepEd. Pero kung moonlighting, ano yung moonlighting? Di ba moonlighting is having two jobs? So, hindi po ako sure, ma'am, yung exact question. And then, dun po sa preamble, how do you connect it? Siguro si sir na-connect na niya kanina. Sabi kasi dito, how do you relate values and ethics with particular line of the preamble in the 1987 Constitution? Then, you go on with the 1987 Constitution, hindi na ituloy. Hindi rin po ako sure. Siguro kumain na sila, sir and ma'am. Question.
Ayan. Attorney Rona, I think
Yes.
wala naman na pong further queries or concerns with regards to...
Sir, So online teaching daw po.
Okay. Online teaching daw po, Attorney Rona. Yung kaninang, opo.
Kung sa online teaching po, do you have a contract? Is it in the Philippines? Sir, wala naman na pong ibang questions na tawag dito, na related po doon sa aking presentation. Siguro, pwede po bang makuha na lang yung contact ni Ma'am Rav? Kasi if we will discuss what has been asked, they were asking for my opinion if all laws are right use. Can we say that laws are not biased? Wow, for example ba to? Okay. Hello, sir.
May email na ba si Pata?
Nawala siya, ma'am. Yung sa moonlighting po, as long as hindi po siya nakaka-apekto doon sa 8-hour works ninyo as teacher, it's okay. As long as hindi po doon sa ating kasi kung online teaching, it's like tutorial. Teaching. Nawala ata siya, ma'am.
Hello po, naririnig po ba ako?
Okay na po, naririnig na po.
Yan, I'm sorry, Attorney, na bumagsak po yung internet namin dyan.
Okay lang po. Ayun, sir, kapag hindi naman po siya within the time ng ating trabaho sa gobyerno, online teaching, so
Ayan. So, thank you daw po, Attorney. Na-cleared out na po yung concern ni Ma'am Ralph TV po. Ayan. Yes, Ma'am. Is that Ma'am Marjorie?
Ay, hindi po. Attorney Rana.
Yes po. Attorney, I think there are no further concerns naman na po dito sa comment. Okay. So, for one last round, kung meron pa po tayong other concerns with regards po doon sa presentation po ng ating napakahusay na speaker for the day, Attorney Rona, kindly enter lang po yung ating comment o yung concern natin sa comment box po. Thank you. Yan. So I think there is none. Ma'am Marjorie, pasa ko na po sa iyo for further
Yes, sir.
na info din po. Thank you.
So, I guess wala naman na po atang information na pinasa sa akin, sir, to facilitate. Let's see you na lang po mamaya sa breakout session for today's afternoon session po per room, per grade level, or per group po.
Ayan. Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Marjorie. Thank you, Ma'am Marjorie. Bye-bye. So, kita-kits po tayo sa mga breakout rooms niyo po mamaya. Thank you so much. I am now going to end this broadcast. Bye-bye.